pretty eye, me take them.
Damn, she you doing another song for pretty eye?
I can't deny her though. They my bestie. She's my bestie. That's my bestie. Your pair of eyes had me paralyzed. Toxic nigga, but you made me to a better guy. Smoke, but with you on forever, ever high. Could watch you all day, girl, like you televised. Think like this nigga, they ain't never lied. I lived the beaches alone, I had to pick a side. Look in your eyes, girl, you were hypnotized. Of course, it was your breasts, hips, and them damn thighs. Close my eyes, I'm still mesmerized. Trying to get mad at my bestie, I tried. That's my bestie, yeah, my pretty.
I heard she's the one, she's got it going on. That's my pretty ass baby, yeah, yeah. She don't take no mess, my bestie is the best. That's my pretty ass baby, yeah, yeah. I heard she's the one, she's got it going on. That's my pretty ass baby.
Hey, what's up, everybody? So I said I was going to come back because I have to finish this trial out. I have to find out how the heck he was found guilty today, because I'm still curious. We just left off with the corporal, and his last statement that he said is the reason the investigation went the way they went is because he said that he shot him. He shot the gun. So, it's just racking my brain. Because he could have been protecting his son. I want to know. I'm just curious of how both his son and his DNA got on that gun. So, and I hate even thinking that way, but kids get a hold of things and accidents happen. Thank goodness the son pulled through. I feel bad for the daughter. But I mean, come on. I need the what do you call it? The GSR testing. I mean, even, okay, this is Detective 101. They tell you, even if you get, what's up, Kevin? Even if you get a confession, you are still supposed to follow the evidence in case the guy that gave the confession retracts it. Because a lot of people do it in duress. They don't think about the consequences. When they finally hear about the consequences, they're like, oh, well, I really don't want to, at the same time, I want to protect whoever type of deal, right? So I don't know how they found him guilty. But anyways, so I'm still trying to watch it and find out. I guess next is the ballistic lady. First they're doing some official justice or whatever, jury something or another. So let's get into it. I'm not trying to keep everybody here all night. So, and then we're going to do the verdict, of course. So let's get into this. Hold on. Let me get the thingy. Okay, let me do the speed first. We got to have the playback speed up here. Okay. Get you down there. Okay, let's go.
NDA. I cut and pasted it, so it should be wrong the whole time. I guess not. Okay. I'll check for that and then throughout just to make sure. Thank
It's
you.
on the bottom too.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do a search and replace.
Okay.
All right.
So the only thing I have on that is when it comes to felony murder, there's a third-degree felony murder.
On page 2?
Yeah.
Okay, that's where I'm getting there. So lesser crimes included in the definition of first-degree murder are second-degree murder and manslaughter.
And third-degree felony murder.
For the first-degree murder, there's a third-degree murder.
Yes.
No, they had jury deliberations today. I was hoping that I would finish this before they got a verdict, but it didn't happen. So, but they became, it took them 6 hours and 45 minutes to come up with the decision. And they found him guilty on all charges. And I'm just, my mind's still baffled. We're going to watch that too, Kevin. We're just watching the rest of day 3 because, I watched that earlier. And then we're going to get into the verdict. I just don't, right now, I couldn't do it. I could get him for the child abuse. I definitely, and the attempted murder, okay? One of the attempted murder charges. I definitely could. Even that, I wouldn't even do attempted. I would do a lesser included if they had it. If they had manslaughter on that, I would. And he should have got involuntary manslaughter too. But whatever, they were the jury. I guess they seen it differently than I did. It's a good thing that I wasn't on this jury because it would have been hung. It would have been hung. There ain't nobody could talk me into that he was guilty. Nobody. I'm sorry. The state didn't prove their case to me. They didn't prove that he was the one that shot the little girl. They didn't prove that to me. Yes, as far as little boy, I believe that, he accidentally shot him. But even with him like calling his wife and going to see where the hell his wife was after 3 hours of her not coming home and probably not answering the phone. They say that he left without anybody or without the kids, but you can't see that in the video. You can't see that he left those kids home alone and he just left. But also at the same time, I wanted to know why there was a gun and gun shells and all that other stuff in the kids' bedroom. Like, why isn't the two? Anyways, okay, let me quit rambling and get to this.
All right. All right. Lesser crime for ag child abuse is ag battery and 3rd-degree felony murder.
No, she's aggravated battery.
Okay. That's what you were trying to explain to me that I didn't comprehend.
Yeah.
Got it now. Thank you. Lesser crimes and attempted first or attempted second, attempted manslaughter.
I don't get it either, Kevin. Okay. I am not seeing the picture. I am not seeing what they're trying to sell me. I'm not. I'm a little I'm a little brain dead or something. I just don't. My mind hurts. But anyway, sentencing is on Monday, so that's going to be a doozy. But I don't get it. I don't.
Slaughter. There's no attempted third though, right?
No.
Right. Okay. So page 2, intro to homicide is all standard.
You just have to add the 3rd-degree felony murder to that.
Oh, yeah.
On the 2nd paragraph and the 3rd.
Okay. Page 3, 7.2, 1st-degree premeditated murder. Are you asking for a heat of passion? I don't.
Yes, Your Honor.
I don't know what evidence you have, but I think you passion judge.
Heat of passion. No, that should be added. Shut up, state. Heat of passion because you guys want to say that there was this whole big ordeal because he got out of the car and he asked her a couple questions, asking her if she was drunk, all that other stuff, right? And she didn't seem frazzled, upset, or anything. That's what I heard today. Yesterday, or today. I don't know. My head's. I'm still trying to wrap my head around all this. But okay, heat of passion should definitely be on there. Let's go.
Just think based on the timing of the events and the fact that it's going to be a circumstantial basis of what happened in there. I think
right.
That should be given.
Well, his own statement says it's an accident. That's the only evidence I have right now.
I agree, Judge. That's the state's position as well.
Well, there's the state in their opening talked about some kind of issues going on in the Bass household, as well as what China Gatson said in the drive home. They made a point of how quickly this happened from the time that Shirley's car arrived and my client's car arrived. So I think based on the timing of the events, that they're going to say it happened quickly from the time that she got home, which could be inferred by that evidence that this is something that just happened.
Right. Is Miss Bass going to testify?
No.
Is Mr. Bass going to testify?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
All right. Well, I'm putting a big question
shouldn't
mark for that, 'cause
have to.
I don't
He
know that
should
I
not
any
have to.
evidence. I mean, there has to be something in the record.
How do you not get heat of passion, lady? They tried to say that they were in a whole argument, and that's how this happened. That's heat of passion. Oh, God, I hate our justice system. Anyways.
A sudden event suspended the exercise.
I mean, he said it was an accident because I think it was an accident all the way around. Okay, let me shut up. Let me mind my business.
Of judgment, lost normal self-control, no time to cool off. I mean, there's just no evidence that anything like that happened.
Are you serious? Did you not hear the testimony, Judge? Wow. Okay, let me hush.
I agree, Judge. That is the state is not requesting this instruction. It's in fact passing it.
Well, you had China Gatson testifying, if you believe her version of events, that
Right.
the truck is driving erratically, pulls over on an entrance, has some kind of confrontation, and then shortly after that is when all these events go down.
Right.
And I would assume that the state in their closing are going to talk about the short time frame from the time that Shirley gets home and the kids are shot.
But all that shows is aggression on his part. It doesn't show any sort of sudden event that's suspending any judgment. It doesn't show anything that would make someone lose self-control. There's nothing in there that would show heat of passion.
That's
Because he's angry.
I don't know if they're appointed or not. I don't know if they're paid. But let me tell you what. They were a good defense team. Like, although they didn't ask the questions I needed answered, they still put a lot of holes, and they exposed the investigation for what it was. But yeah, I think they did him justice. I think they really fought for him.
Does not qualify as heat of passion. If that's the case, then every single murder, if someone kills someone, usually it's done in anger. But this is for when there's been some sudden provocation that will cause someone to lose control. There's no sudden provocation, or there's been no evidence of that. It has to be something done to them, not something they do themselves.
All right, we'll come back to that. Felony murder in the first degree, 7.7. As to the two elements, you had and or there, but I think it's just or. Because you don't have to prove both things, you only have to prove one, right? Am I misreading that?
Well, unless, I mean, it could just be or, but it also could be and. Like, if both of them, yeah, if you want to just do or, that's fine. I still want them to think that they have to choose one or the other. But I see what you're saying. And that's fine, Doug. If you want to take out the and, I'm going to say
I'm glad I'm not an
Yeah, I think to be
attorney.
safe, it just isn't or. Because there's a lot of criticism about when we use and or in jury instructions. Y'all agree?
that's fine. No,
Oh, hey, Daniel, I didn't see you.
But yes, what the standard says is give to A and or to B as applicable.
Right.
It doesn't necessarily say that it's and or in the middle of it.
Right.
So that's fine.
Okay. Then page 5, murder in the second degree.
Is she on meth or
Again,
she
you're
just
asking for a
freaking got
passion.
our ADHD or something?
again, the state's-
She moves a
Right.
lot.
And
Let
then
me shut up.
third degree murder. Right.
Third degree felony murder, yes.
Yes.
And I sent you an instruction.
All right. I'll cut a base there. Then manslaughter on page 6 and 7. Are you asking for culpable negligence?
Culpable negligence,
I would ask it
yes.
included, yes, because I think an argument can be made that if the jury for some reason believes that maybe it was the boy who did it, by leaving the gun in a location where the boy would have access.
Yes, put that in there.
Right. And for count 2 and 4, count 2 and 3, ag child abuse. Let's just say Jayla Bass in count 2 and Jermaine Bass in count 3.
I just can't believe they didn't put on their defense. Let's see, how much more do we got?
And aggravated battery is a lesser on page 8.
Is this going? Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to say in count 2 and in count 3. Then intro to attempted homicide for count 4. All that's standard. Page 9, attempted first degree premeditated murder.
So crazy to me.
Attempted second.
Okay, maybe the firearms lady will be able to tell me
Attempted
for
manslaughter.
sure it was him. This is crazy. I hope they argue reasonable doubt, because I swear juries don't know reasonable doubt. I swear they
You
don't.
have page 11, Nudge.
Pardon?
You have page 11.
I'm looking back to see if the heat of passion would apply to attempted first, then it would.
I don't think you can have heat of passion to it for an attempted.
I don't think so. I was just thinking that either.
Yeah, it doesn't have it in the standard.
Right. Okay. Yeah, so on page 11, attempted manslaughter,
Attempted manslaughter, yep. See,
and
he
the
should
775-1 enhancement, 3.3A. First,
I don't know how they came to the conclusion. It was the top charges on each one. This, okay, let me shut up. Let me just keep on playing this. Shoot, shut up.
second, manslaughter. Attempted first, attempted second, attempted manslaughter. And no enhancement on counts 2 and 3. Correct. Yep, it's not alleged in the charging document. Count 3 only, and 4 and 2 only have 775-0872. So that's the actual possession. So what about third degree felony murder? That gets any murder. So that gets a attempted first degree murder, second degree murder, third degree murder, or attempted third degree murder gets a 775.01 enhancement. And then it also gets a actual possession enhancement, right? Because it's any degree of murder. It says so that would include third.
Correct.
Attempted second, attempted third. And ag child abuse, but not ag battery. We determined that. Correct?
Correct.
Everyone?
Yes, Judge.
All right. So I'm taking out ag battery. All right. Defendant statement 3.9B. Voluntariness of them on page 15.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, okay. And weighing the evidence on 13, I assume you want inconsistent statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
Money, preferred treatment, or other benefit?
Yes.
pressure or threat,
Yes.
conviction of a felony or misdemeanor,
No.
general reputation,
No.
expert, yes, accomplice, no, child, no, 14, no,
I don't believe so.
not testifying, yes. And then legally interlocking counts. Did you send me something else now?
I said something over lunch, Judge.
Okay, I haven't read that yet, so I'll keep working on that. Did you happen to look at what he sent over lunch?
Yes.
Any thoughts?
No, it looks similar to what he sent last night. He only just added an additional paragraph for third-degree felony murder.
Right. And how about the verdict forms?
James?
Sorry, when I did these, I did not add felony murder in the third degree.
Murder and the felony murder. Okay, so that would be felony murder, third degree. Manslaughter.
Count 4, it should say attempted murder or secret murder.
Attempted. And on count 4, they don't have to choose between felony and premeditated, do they? Like we did in count 1?
I don't know, I've never done that before. No count.
I haven't either. That's why I was wondering.
Premeditated felony murder? I've never heard of that.
Do you have?
Did I include attempted felony?
Yeah, that should
Yeah.
be for.
Oh, I don't think you do have attempted felony murder.
Yeah, it shouldn't be,
Yeah, I don't think I added attempted felony murder.
right, it's just attempted first-degree premeditated.
So that's the only thing, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So then no, those questions aren't necessary. All right. Because it's viewed as a felony applicable to count 1.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, let me make these changes then. And we're ready. Your witness ready?
Yes, sir.
Still no Shirley Bass?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All rise.
Jennifer Michael.
Here we go. Okay. Come on.
All right, have a seat. How was your lunch break? Great. All right. The weather's nice out there, huh? I wouldn't know. I didn't make it out, but I'll take your word. All right, the state can call your next witness.
The state calls Sarah Michael.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this call will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
My name is Jennifer Michelon, Jennifer, Michelon, Michelon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Tell the jury, where do you work?
I work for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office in the firearms section of the Forensic Service Bureau.
How long have you worked with HDSO in the firearms section?
I've worked there for 2 years.
What's your title?
I'm a forensic laboratory firearms analyst.
I'm writing that down so I don't get it wrong. Forensic laboratory firearms analyst.
Oh,
What
that's a
does
long
a
name.
forensic laboratory firearms analyst do?
My main duties are to determine whether or not ammunition components, such as a fired bullet or a fired cartridge case, were fired in the same firearm or from a specific firearm, firearm function and safety testing, serial number restoration, and database entry.
Before you started at HCSO, did you work elsewhere also with firearms?
Yes, I did.
Where did you work?
I worked for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the firearms section of the Tampa Crime Lab.
What was your title when you worked for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement? We also call it FDLE in the firearms department.
My title when I left was Senior Crime Laboratory Analyst.
What did you do at Florida Department of Law Enforcement as a senior crime laboratory analyst?
I did the same thing that I'm doing at Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
So let's go back to your education and your background in firearms. Tell the jury what your training and your education background is in firearms.
I have a bachelor's degree in chemistry from the University of South Florida, and I completed an 18-month structured training program at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the field of firearms identification.
What year did you start working at FDLE?
I began working at FDLE in 2006.
When you started working with FDLE in 2006, did you receive specialized training in order to become a crime laboratory analyst?
When I began with FDLE in 2006, I was in a different section. I started in firearms in 2009.
So in 2009 at FDLE, explain to us what training that you underwent in order to be working in the firearms section at FDLE.
The 18-month structured training program that I went through included units in firearms function and safety testing, which included assembly and disassembly of firearms in order to know how they work. I did units in microscopy of bullets, microscopy of cartridge cases, firearms history and development, ammunition history and development. I did units in serial number restoration, distance determination, and I also completed then I completed an oral board, which was essentially 3.5 hours of question after question, making sure I understood everything in the firearm section. During that time, I also completed I had to do competency tests and also had to do practicals in order to be able to complete my training. After I completed all of that, I did 6 months of supervised casework, which was then culminated with a mock trial of testimony, and then I was released to do supervised casework. I'm not supervised, my own casework.
Do you have to have an official certification in order to be completely done with all of this training to do your own casework?
I received just a completion of the training program from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
When you worked at FDLE in the forensic or the firearms department, approximately how many times did you have an occasion to analyze a firearm?
I did not count how many times I had an opportunity to analyze a firearm, but at this point it's in the thousands.
When you started at HCSO, approximately how many times since you've joined HCSO have you had an occasion to analyze a firearm?
Hundreds.
Have you testified in court as a firearms expert before?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
More than 60.
Your Honor, at this time, I tender the witness as an expert in the area of firearms to
Any questions?
No question.
All right, you can proceed.
help us understand. We have, during the course of this trial, heard terms such as projectile and casing. Are those things that you analyze in your capacity as a forensic lab firearms analyst at HCSO?
Yes.
Let's start with a projectile. Walk us through, what is a projectile?
A projectile is the portion, it is also called a bullet. That is the part of a cartridge that will go down the barrel of a firearm when it is fired.
What about a casing? What is a casing?
A cartridge case is the Tupperware container of the cartridge itself. It will hold the bullet at the top. The cartridge case holds inside of it the gunpowder. And at the very head stamp or the bottom of the cartridge case, you will see the primer. On the head stamp of that cartridge case is usually the brand and the caliber.
So a projectile, is that word synonymous with or the same as a bullet in layman's terms?
Yes.
You refer to the cartridge casing. We've heard the term casing. Are those two words or terms synonymous, the same thing?
Yes, I call it a cartridge case. I will hear the word casing.
Now, when you are analyzing a firearm, what is the purpose of analyzing a firearm?
When I'm looking at a firearm, I'm looking at it to see that all of the safeties are working, that there's no damage to the firearm. I want to make sure it's safe for me to fire when the time comes. Then the next step would be to test fire that firearm and obtain those test fires in order to look at those test fires to do any comparisons to any evidence of cartridge cases or bullets that I might receive.
When you receive a firearm and you are requested to test a firearm, when you're doing these test fires, is that the process of making sure the firearm is functional?
Yes.
During your inspection of the safeties that you described, is that also a part of your analysis of whether or not a firearm is actually functional?
Yes.
When you analyze a firearm to see if the safeties are working or whether or not it's functional, do you ever receive projectiles or cartridge casings as well?
Yes.
What are you an expert at doing when you have a projectile, casings, and a firearm as a forensic lab firearms analyst?
I am tasked to determine whether or not those bullets or cartridge cases were fired in or from that firearm.
I want to talk about that process in detail. When you are tasked with analyzing whether or not a cartridge casing came from a specific firearm, walk us through the process. How is that done?
Once I've test fired the firearm, I'm going to bring those test fires back, and I'm going to then look at the class characteristics that are on those cartridge cases. I'm going to document them on the firearm worksheet, and then I'm going to take out each of the evidence cartridge cases that I receive, and I'm going to document each one of those. I'm going to look to see what the class characteristics are on that particular cartridge case. So a class characteristic is something that's predetermined by the manufacturer, and it could be typical of other guns, not just that particular gun. An example would be the shape of the firing pin, the shape of the firing pin aperture, that's the hole that the firing pin sticks out of, and what type of marks I see on that cartridge case. In order for me to do that, I use a comparison microscope, which allows me to see two things at the same time at the same magnification. Now, if those class characteristics on the cartridge cases are the same class characteristics that I see on the firearm, I can then begin another part of the examination, which is called looking for the individual characteristics or the pattern of individual characteristics. The pattern of individual characteristics is unique to that firearm, and it's caused by the manufacturing process itself, and it also can come from the use, abuse, erosion, corrosion of the firearm. So when I'm looking, I want to see if those individual characteristics that I see on the cartridge case are the same individual characteristics that are on the test fire or the other cartridge cases that I've received.
That was a lot of information. Let's go back. Class characteristics. When you are test firing a firearm, and for instance, looking at the casing that comes out during the test fire, help us understand, how do those class characteristics get there?
So when the firearm is fired, the cartridge case, the first thing that's going to happen is the firing pin is going to strike that primer, and it's going to leave an impression of the shape of that firing pin on the primer of the cartridge case.
If I can stop you right there, I apologize. You've used the term firing pin and primer. What are those, and where are they located within a firearm?
The firing pin is located inside the slide, in the center of the slide, back portion of it in the firearm. It's the portion that will be released forward when you are ready to fire the firearm. And a primer is that circle that you see on the back of a cartridge case, and that is where the spark comes from on a cartridge.
Okay, so the firing pin and the primer, you were explaining the process of how those class characteristics get on the actual casing that is expelled. Please continue, I'm sorry.
So the firing pin will make an impression onto that primer, which will then cause an explosion. The light that, or I'm sorry, the spark that comes from the primer will ignite the gunpowder that's inside the cartridge, which in turn will make the bullet go down the barrel, but it will also force that cartridge case back against the back portion of the slide, and it will also leave marks in the on the back or the primer of that cartridge case. At that point, then the cartridge case gets expelled from the firearm.
And what about individual characteristics? You said the individual characteristics that are left on a cartridge casing differ; they're not the same.
From firearm to firearm.
Okay, so let's talk about a projectile, for instance. What happens to a projectile as it's going through to be ejected or fired from a firearm?
When the cartridge is ignited and the bullet goes down the barrel, the bullet will travel down the barrel, and it will get class characteristics from inside the barrel, which are the rifling inside the barrel, which are those spiral grooves that you see within the interior of the barrel. Those will be imparted onto the bullet. That's a class characteristic. Multiple firearms may have the same class characteristics. At that same time, it's also getting individual characteristics imparted onto it.
Those impressions are class characteristics and individual characteristics. Is that what allows you to analyze a test fire to a projectile that's already been fired to see whether or not they match?
Yes.
Before you kind of started to describe using a microscope to compare the two, the test fire that happens in a controlled environment and the one that's actually expelled. Help us understand how you do that.
The first thing I do is I want to make sure each of those items has individual characteristics. I can't continue my examination if it does not have any individual characteristics. If it does have individual characteristics, I can compare the item of evidence to a test fire or to other items of evidence.
In this case, tell the jury, so what happens next?
If I see repeating patterns of individual characteristics on the item, then I can make identifications.
And again, you're looking at these class characteristics and individual characteristics on a test fire and a projectile provided to you under a microscope, correct?
Correct.
Now, tell us about the test firing process. When you receive a firearm and you're requested to test fire it, where do you do that?
I test fire it into the section water tank.
What does the water tank look like?
The water tank is essentially a big steel box that has a port on one end, and you'll fire the firearm into that port.
Is it just like a big open area that you aim at and fire in, or is it a defined area?
There is a small port at the front of the tank. The tank is filled with water. I aim the firearm into that port, and then the bullets will be collected from the water.
How many times do you think in your career as a firearms analyst have you done this process of firing a firearm into this water tank with this port at the front?
I haven't counted, but I would assume at this point in the thousands.
When you're test firing firearms, are they all of the same type or are they different types?
As far as the cartridge?
No, of the firearms that you're asked to fire.
I have test fired many different firearms.
Have you test fired a Glock 43 as the same as the one that was involved in this case and provided to you?
43 or 42?
42.
Yes, I have.
And for reference, I'll show you what's been entered into evidence as state exhibit 16. I'm going to place it in front of you. Were you
Okay, if all she's gonna say is, hey, this gun, he's not claiming it misfired, lady. I think you're, shut up, myself. Okay, now I'm shutting up. Okay, but, okay, I don't remember any report saying the gun misfired. I don't remember him saying anything like that. What I heard him say is when he was trying to take the magazine out, it accidentally discharged and hit his son. Okay. Man, I just come on. Okay, cool. The gun works. I don't think there was ever a question that the gun worked. We know it works because there's a dead child and one that was injured. One can't even hear anymore and is paralyzed on the one side of his face. Plus he's got his right index finger is it's only half there, which is concerning to me. Right there was enough evidence to tell me that I think the little boy got a hold of the gun. That's what I'm getting at. Whatever, because why? And I still don't know how the damn loaded 380 and the shell casings got in the child's bedroom. Nobody could answer that for me. Right? I don't know how they found this guy guilty. I don't. Okay. Hung jury if it was me. Let me get back to this.
provided exhibit, was it 16? 16 to test fire.
Mary?
Sure.
And it's so weird because most cases I get it right. Most cases let me just pop my shit. Most cases I get it right. Like I think what the jury's gonna think. But this case, I am shocked. I am shocked that I'm not thinking like everybody else was thinking. Yes, I thought he was guilty of some things, but not all of them. Not all of them. And I don't think he was. I just it would have been one hell of a session in the jury room if I was on the jury. I'm just saying, because this one, they didn't prove to me it was him and only him. For the little boy, yes, I believe it was him. Yes, I believe that when he was trying to disarm the little boy and took it from his hand and was trying to take the magazine out, he accidentally shot his son. I do believe that, but I believe the son had it before he did. I really do. I'm shocked that the mother isn't charged in this, because she was there too. She was there too. And she was uncooperative. She wouldn't let her son do the interview. They had to force her, basically. There's just a lot to this whole case. I'm baffled at how they found him guilty. Anyways, okay, we've got to finish this so we can get to the verdict.
Yes, it was.
How do you know?
I could see the case number, the exhibit number, and my initials in my handwriting on the firearm and the magazine.
Each firearm that you receive for testing, does it get an individual case number associated with it that you just explained is representative on this firearm?
It gets an individual property item number or exhibit number, and it will have a case number, and then I will write those things on the firearm
Kevin, I don't understand it. I mean, the testimony from yesterday, I think they went with what the cop said, that him saying that he fired the gun is the reason why they investigated it the way they did. But any real cop knows, any real detective that actually wants to find real answers, they know that anytime you get a confession, it could be backtracked. People get attorneys and all of a sudden they're not guilty. You know what I'm saying? They say things during a tragic an event. And I could understand if he was trying to protect his son. I would be too. I'd be protecting my kid at all costs. At the same damn time, you're supposed to follow the evidence, and that means do all of the evidence. Don't cut corners because you're a lazy son of a bitch and damn detective and don't want to do your damn job and think, oh, well, he confessed, so I don't have to do shit now. I think that's a bogus rap. Bogus. You didn't even start. I mean, he didn't even start wanting to question the son until 2023. This happened in 2022, I believe. Oh, this is crazy. Or no, it happened August 29th, 2023, maybe 2023. Anyways, he didn't, I think once he found out like the dad was going not guilty, then all of a sudden he wanted to interview the son, and the mom said, no, you can't interview him. And then she brought him in and he was being disrespectful and shit. Well, he probably thought he was in trouble. And then because you have a court subpoena that you asked the son what the hell was going on, you conducted the interview, but you can't give that because they're not witnesses in this case, because that would be considered hearsay. And that's where I think, I just don't know how they did this. I don't know how they did this.
or the date and my initials on them. In this case, I wrote all of that myself.
When you receive a firearm, I heard you talk about some of your training includes the assembly and disassembly of a firearm when deciding whether or not a firearm is operable. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case? Is that a part of your evaluation when you receive a firearm, is assembling and disassembling? Disassembling and then assembling the firearm?
I test fired the firearm first, and then I did remove the slide to check the safeties.
Okay, so how many occasions have you had in your career to fire a Glock 42 specifically?
I don't have a specific number. I've fired many Glocks, though.
Do you think over 100 times in your career is safe to say, approximately?
Yes.
What does it matter, lady? She's a fucking gun
Now,
expert.
let's talk about your understanding and your education or background in the brand of Glock. What do you know about the brand of Glock?
I did take a Glock armorer's course when I began my training at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and I'm very aware of how the Glock operates.
Tell us how the Glock operates. And I guess while you're explaining that, can you specify?
Why is that relevant? Why is that relevant? All we need to know is, okay, let me, I'm glad I don't do jury service.
How it operates and how it may be different than other
I
cases.
You know, I
Do you
got,
want me to start on how to like?
shut up for a minute. You know, I did get called for jury service one time, and it was right before, so I was told that I never could have kids, right? So it was right before I found out, I mean, I was pregnant at the time, didn't know I was pregnant. But you want to know what they wanted me to do jury service for? A mother that unalived her 18-month-old. She was found dead on her porch or something, and the mother called and pled not guilty all the way through it till we got to jury selection, right? And then that morning, and I mean, we were there for like 2 hours, 3 hours, I can't remember before. And then they came out and they're like, sorry, this usually doesn't take this long, but we had a court proceeding just before, you know, we were gonna start jury service, and she had pled guilty. So yeah, that would have been a tough one for me. Not because at that time I didn't think I was able to have kids. I was told that. So and then I was pregnant, and then I found out I was pregnant like a week later or so. It was kind of weird. It's kind of weird how that worked. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I could do this kind of jury service. Like when it involves kids, like me even, and I hate to think on the side that it was the son. I hate to think that way because babies are precious, but I think the parents were negligent and why would you leave a loaded 380 in a freaking kid's bedroom? Is beyond me. But I truly believe that's what happened. I believe he got a hold of it. That's where this is leading to. Again, I don't know how the jury got it this way. Hopefully somebody from the jury will do an interview so I can hear why they came to the conclusion they came to, because I couldn't have done it. I would have definitely got him for the child abuse charges, right? Because that is child abuse. Leaving a loaded gun where a kid could reach it is child abuse. You are being negligent. And the negligent, culpable negligence, I would have got him guilty on that too, because you left a loaded firearm where a kid could do some damage, you know? All right, let me shut up now.
Essentially fire the Glock.
Sure.
In order to test fire or to fire a Glock, the first thing you need to do
wait,
is to
hold
load
on,
ammunition into
my
the
bro's
magazine.
Hey, bro, how goes it? I'm just sitting here rambling on. This case really drove me I don't understand it.
That's the container that holds the cartridges so that you can fire one right after the other. The next thing you're going to need to do is take that top portion of the firearm, and you're going to have to pull the slide back and release it. I'm sorry, after you inserted the magazine into the mag lock.
Kevin, okay, let me give you the rundown because you weren't here for all of it, okay? Let me give you the rundown. Okay, so in the child's bedroom, there was a bag. It had 380 ammunition in it, the little holster that you put the gun in, also the belt clip that, the belt clip so it doesn't accidentally fire if it's, in your pocket or whatnot. That part was in the child's bedroom. An extra magazine was also in the child's bedroom. So I'm assuming that's where the gun was with the ammunition and stuff. Now I don't know. I don't personally know, but that's what I'm gathering. Because downstairs there was no ammunition that fit a 380 in the adult bedroom. Okay. Although they did find the 380 in his top drawer, you know, with the magazine out, of course, as his story was told, you know, in the top drawer. I believe that the damn 380 was in the kid's bedroom in that bag. I really do. And that's why I said I could go with the child abuse charges. I could go with culpable negligence. I could go with the lesser included. But if he's not the one that committed the, you know, shooting on his daughter, I can't get him for first degree. I would have to get him with like either manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter, or something like that. He would definitely be guilty of something, but not the charges that they're asking for. I just think it's wild that but it was in the kid's bedroom. I believe it was in the kid's bedroom because that's where the evidence showed me. 5 shots rang out. 3 of them ended up in the baby, the 5-year-old. Then his son was hit in his left side, in his ear. I don't know. He had a finger injury or a hand injury where like he can't move his hand or something or whatever. He can't move his finger, something like that. Okay. Which I think was a gun bite on his right hand because he is right-handed. I really think he got a gun bite. I don't know. This case confuses me. And I would have charged the mother too. I would definitely have charged the mother too. I don't think she's innocent by any means. I don't understand. And this is the other thing that makes me question things is I don't understand how you want justice for your child, right? You want what's right done for your child, right? Why would you be evasive for police interviews? And why would you try to hide your son from doing police interviews? Why during the 911 call you said my son, my son, my son the whole time throughout that thing? And every time they asked you who shot the gun, you kept on saying my son, my son, my son. It's questionable to me. And she was in the house too at the time. She is just as guilty, and she lives there. That's the mom. How? Anyways, okay. They just haven't proven to me that it was him. Like he did it all. That's all I'm saying. Why was another thing? Why was the son's DNA and the dad's DNA were the only 2 that were found on the trigger and the slide? Oh, well, because he was touching his son and then transfer DNA. No. I don't believe that. I don't believe that BS. I don't. Anyways.
Well, then you're going to take that slide and release it. The first cartridge in that magazine will now be inserted into the chamber of the firearm, and the firearm is ready to fire. When you release
YouTube, quit censoring my fucking bro Kevin's damn conversation. I mean, we're trying to have a conversation and you're trying to stop it. Maybe you got to mix your words up, Kevin. Maybe you got to misspell. Maybe you got to put a punctuation where a word is, you know. I usually can figure it out.
that slide at the top of the firearm. At that same time, the firing pin has been slightly caught in the firearm. That means it's been pulled back ever so slightly. Now the firearm is ready to fire. When I pull the trigger, I have to depress the trigger itself, and there's also a trigger safety on this particular firearm. I have to depress the trigger safety and the trigger at the same time in order for that firearm to fire. When I pull that trigger, the firearm will fire, the bullet will go down the barrel, the slide will move back, and the cartridge case will be extracted and ejected from the firearm. At the same time, the slide will now start moving back forward. It will take the next cartridge out of the magazine and it will load it into the chamber. And it will have now repeated the process that happened again.
On the Glock brand specifically, help us understand the safety precautions that are present on Glock firearms.
The Glock has the trigger safety, which is located on the trigger. It's in the center. It kind of protrudes a little bit from the trigger itself. It's right down the middle. You have to depress it in order for the trigger to be pulled back. The Glock also has a firing pin block safety, which in order for that firing pin block to get out of the
Yeah, but if the safety wasn't on, you wouldn't have that issue, lady. Anyways.
way of the firing pin, you have to pull the trigger. And again, in order to pull the trigger, you have to depress the trigger safety. This firearm also has what is known as a drop safety. All that particular thing is doing is it's holding back that firing pin, and then it will pull it back a little bit more. And
No, Kevin. No, I'm not saying he did all 5. I'm not saying the son did all 5. I'm not saying that. It's a tough, I don't know. It's just tough for me. Like, I've heard of kids shooting freaking rifles at his age. More than once. So anything can happen. Anything can happen. And the mom, how do I not know it wasn't the mom? Oh my God. I'm just there were other people in the house. You can't tell me, I mean, that he was the only one just because, he said he was taking out the magazine and accidentally fired. That was probably when he was trying to get it away from somebody, How do you know that freaking his mom wasn't trying to shoot him? And he was trying to wrestle it away and freaking, all sorts of stuff. At the same time, when I heard the whatever you call it, the autopsy, the little girl was shot right between her eyebrows. And then on the side, execution stuff, both sides, but they weren't close range. They were far away. Just certain things just don't add up. It just don't add up. I could be wrong. I mean, my analysis could be completely wrong, and the jury got it right. But that's the thing with this whole damn trial stuff is I have reasonable doubt, though. That's the only reason why I couldn't do it, is because I have doubt. If I don't know who shot it, then I have doubt. So.
and then drop out of the way. And the firearm will not fire unless that has dropped out of the way.
So, for instance, with this firing pin block safety, does that help prevent things like accidental shootings?
The firing pin block safety will not allow the firing pin to go forward unless the trigger has been pulled.
The trigger safety you've described as a small object on the middle of the trigger. If the trigger safety is depressed, but not the...
But what if the safety wasn't activated? See, you're not answering my questions, man.
Entire trigger behind it, will a Glock 42 fire?
If just the safety has been depressed, no, it will not fire. You have to finish pulling the trigger.
Help us understand the difference of the terms semi-automatic firearm and automatic firearm. Excuse me.
A semi-automatic firearm requires a pull of the trigger for every shot that is fired. A fully automatic firearm, all you have to do is depress the trigger, and as long as there's ammunition in the magazine and you're still depressing that trigger, it will continue to fire.
The Glock 42 that we see in Space 16 that's sitting on the ledge in front of you, is that a semi-automatic firearm or is that an automatic firearm?
It's a semi-automatic firearm.
Does that mean in order for the firearm to be fired multiple times, you would have to both depress the trigger safety and the trigger in its entirety multiple times in order to fire it?
Correct.
asked in another way.
That's what I'm saying. Like, she should be charged too. She should be charged too. Just for negligence of having a firearm in your kid's bedroom. Just that alone. I mean, come on. We're supposed to protect our kids, and having a firearm in your kid's bedroom is not the way to do it. Like, that's not protecting your kid.
Does it require you to completely pull and then release it before pulling it again to continue firing it?
You will pull, and then you have to release pressure. It doesn't mean your finger's still not there. It may be putting a little pressure, but it does have to be fully extended again in order for you to pull again.
If a Glock 42 with these safety,
As small as that gun is, I could see it. I could see a kid getting a hold of it. I could.
features which you described on the Glock 42 in front of you were to, for instance, be dropped, would it be able to go off?
With the firing pin block safety, it would not go off.
I want to talk about the process of test fire.
Okay, but why are you asking if it was dropped? Because he never said it was dropped. That's not in the reports. That's why are you asking the dumb questions and not the nitty gritty, lady?
Again, you described to us the water tank that you fire into. Using your hands, can you raise your hands up and show the jury exactly how big is that? I forget what you called it. Oh, the port that you fire into.
It's approximately 6 inches wide.
Approximately 6 inches wide. And is that standard for you? You've done that in every case where you fire firearms into this water tank?
Not every firearm will get fired into the water tank, but most do.
Okay, so when you
The
test
water
fire
pressure
this firearm
slows
into
down.
a water tank that had a 6-inch wide port, how many hands did it require you to use on the firearm to point it correctly in the hole?
I use 2.
Overruled.
Yeah, you have to use 2. Hello. That doesn't tell me. Lady, a responsible gun user knows you use 2 hands. Oh my God, her questions. I want to rip.
You can answer it.
I use 2 hands.
Why did you use 2 hands?
I want to make sure I'm holding the firearm firmly so it will cycle properly.
We sometimes hear in conjunction with firearms terms such as recoil. What is recoil?
Recoil is the amount of force that's going to come back at you after you have test fired a firearm or fired a firearm. It causes a little bit of force into your hand.
A kick.
A Glock 42,
A kick.
or I guess maybe even the Glock brand in general. What is the recoil based on your training and your experience firing Glocks? What is the recoil like in firearms?
Depends on the firearm. For Glock, I do have some recoil when I'm firing the firearm. It's not the same as other firearms.
Wow. See? Oh, if it's not a big kick, a kid could do it. A kid could definitely freaking do it. She just said it had less of a kick than most firearms. Oh my God. Okay.
Does the recoil depend on the caliber and type of firearm?
It can.
So when you're holding a firearm and you're firing, for instance, into your water tank, or you're trying to aim, how do you combat the recoil that you would experience of the firearm after, or as it's fired, excuse me?
I am using 2 hands when I test fire. And then I just wait in between shots to make sure I can aim and make sure I'm aimed properly into the port.
May I have just a moment, Judge?
Yes.
Okay, but her answers are what a responsible gun owner does. Okay? That is not answers that, like, let's say an 8-year-old got a hold of the gun. I mean, yeah, if there's a little bit a kick, they're going to be like, whoa, wait, hold on. You know? I mean, we don't even know how fast this shooting happened. Oh, this is so strange.
In this case, were you provided shell casings and projectiles in order to do a comparison after you test fired the firearm?
Yes.
Tell us about that process.
I received bullets and cartridge cases in this case, and I obtained them from the evidence section, and then I brought them back in order to compare them to my test fires of this firearm.
How many test fires did you have when you test fired this firearm?
I test fired this firearm twice.
How many do you use? How many of the test fires do you use when you're placing it on the microscope and you're looking at it in comparison to the ones that are provided from the scene?
I used one bullet, one cartridge case.
Is that standard?
You could use multiple test fires if needed, or multiple bullets or cartridge cases. It depends on the scenario.
Did you need to do that in this case?
In this particular case, I did not.
Why?
They were well marked.
Okay, so you test fire it, you have a test casing and a test projectile. How many projectiles did you receive either from the scene or from the deceased?
I received 3 fired bullets and 1 fired bullet core.
Did you compare those bullets to your test fire?
I compared the fired bullets to each other.
Okay, so how did they get to 5 if they only... That's 4 shots. Plus he had a live round where the magazine was. Oh, wow. Wow, so they lied about the 5 shots?
Other and to the test fire.
What's the purpose of comparing the fired bullets to each other?
I had originally, when I was going through to see the individual characteristics, I noticed that they all had the same individual characteristics, and I could see.
Never mind. I take that back because 1 is still in his head. So that is 5. Okay, my bad. Let me.
That looked similar on each of them as I put each one up individually, and then I put them up together to just index them or mark them to see those patterns were the same at the point.
After you compared the test fires to each other, did you choose one and compare it to each projectile or bullet that you were provided in this case?
In this particular case, I compared the bullets to each other first, and I took one of them and I compared it to a test fire.
Why do you compare the bullets provided to you from the scene or the deceased to each other first?
In this particular case, there was no reason why I did that over looking at them to the test fire. It's just I had seen the pattern when I was looking at them individually, so I marked them at the time.
What is your expert opinion about the projectiles that you were provided associated with this case that you received from either the scene or the deceased?
I identified them to the firearm.
And are you talking the firearm in front of you, States Exhibit 16?
Yes.
Does that mean that the projectiles that you were provided and used during your analysis came from States Exhibit 16 of Block 42 that's in front of you?
Yes.
What about the
380?
Were you provided cartridge casings and asked to compare them in this case?
Yes.
How did you do that?
I took those cartridge cases, I looked at them each individually and made sure they had individual characteristics. And then I compared them. In this particular instance, I compared each cartridge case to a test fire.
When you compared each cartridge case that was found at the scene of this event to the test fire, tell the jury what your results were.
I determined that they were identified to the firearm here in front of me.
Does that mean that those cartridge casings were expelled from the firearm that's sitting in front of you?
Yes.
May I have just a moment?
Yes.
If I have any further questions, I will take just a moment to return.
I really don't understand this. I think this testimony is like pointless, but let's go. Hey, Kevin, the big one's getting up.
Now, you were involved in doing some analysis in this case, and then later on, you were asked to do some additional analysis more recently.
That is correct.
And that was based on the retirement of one of the FDLE examiners that was involved in the case, Mr. Kwong.
That's what I'm assuming, yes.
Okay. But you had originally done some test fires in the case and did an examination of the firearm.
That is correct.
So then later, when you were asked to continue to review the case or review the rest of the evidence, you were able to use those original test fires that you used in this case.
That is correct.
And you were able to identify those casings to each other and to the firearm in this case.
In this particular case, I did each cartridge case back to a test fire.
Okay. And that test fire was from this firearm that you were shown a minute ago.
Yes.
When you looked at the ammunition, there was 2 types of ammunition, right, from the casings?
Correct.
And what were the types of ammunition?
There were 2 types, Hornady and Norma.
Okay. And both of those are obviously 380.
Correct.
Now, Ms. Reeder was asking you about the safety features on the Glock, on the firearm in this case, and you said that there's the trigger and the trigger safety, and then there's the firing pin block safety, correct?
There's the trigger safety, the firing pin block safety, and the drop safety.
Okay. And all of those, as you pull back, the trigger will go along and allow you to fire the gun.
That is correct.
It's not something that you have to do separately. It all kind of goes together as you pull the trigger.
Correct. As you're pressing the trigger along with that trigger safety and you pull the trigger all the way back, it will but disengage the firing pin block safety, allowing that firing pin to flow through the channel.
Adults could fire this firearm, correct?
I would assume so.
Okay. And children could fire this type of firearm.
I can't determine whether or not anybody particularly could fire a firearm, but is it possible? Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you're able to test for trigger pull. Is that correct?
I do have a way of measuring trigger pull, yes.
But in this case, you did not do that.
No.
And that would tell you the force needed to pull the trigger with this particular
Oh,
firearm.
you should have did that.
When you did do the test fires, you didn't find anything unique about.
Wait, you didn't do the one test we need to know if it's easy for an 8-year-old to fire that gun. Wow, lady.
This firearm versus any other kind of Glock that you've used before.
The trigger pull didn't seem any different than any other Glock that I fired.
And typically you've stated that the trigger pull for a firearm is about like opening a can of soda.
Correct.
Nothing further.
An 8-year-old can do that. This is crazy.
Anything else?
Okay.
All right, you can step down, ma'am. Thank you. She released from her subpoena. All right, free to go. She's released, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Call your next witness.
There's a stipulation that we asked the court to reach.
All right. All right, so the parties have stipulated to an additional fact. The state of Florida and the defendant, Jermaine Bass, stipulate to the following. The person who died on the 29th day of August, 2022, has been identified as Jayla Bass, the individual named in counts 1 and 2 of the indictment in this cause. We're hereby certify the foregoing stipulation is made in good faith for the reasons alleged here and dated the 26th day of February, 2025. Signed by Mr. Terry, Ms. Schlemmer, and the defendant, Mr. Bass. And it's commonly called the stipulation as to identity, and that the parties are not contesting the identity of the individual that died and the autopsy was performed upon in this case. There you go. All right,
Your Honor, this time state rests.
the state rests. All right, we will take a recess at this time.
All right.
And she's going to ask, are you going to testify? Blah, 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 yada, yada, la, la, la. Sis, boom, ba.
Judge, at this point, the defense, we renew all previous motions and objections, specifically our motion to suppress Mr. Bass's statements that were made to law enforcement prior to being read Miranda. We'll move for a judgment of acquittal as to the entire indictment and specifically draw the court's attention to the issue of premeditation, premeditated murder.
She's not
I
going for that.
provided the court in the state 2 cases.
Oh, they're asking for what they directed verdict. That's not going to happen in this case, lady. It's just not going to happen.
Bertram, B-U-R-T-T-R-A-M, v. State, and that's found at 780 Southern 2nd, 224. That's a 2nd District of Appeal case. And Tillman, T-I-L-L-M-A-N, v. State, and that is at 842 Southern 2nd, 922. Both talk about the standard related to premeditation. While premeditation may be proven by circumstantial evidence, the evidence relied upon by the state must be inconsistent with every other reasonable inference. Where the state's proof fails to exclude a reasonable hypothesis that the homicide occurred other than by premeditated design, a verdict of first-degree murder cannot be sustained. Related to the events in this case, there's been really no testimony put forward as to any kind of marital discord or any issues between Mr. Bass and either of his children prior to August 29th, 2022.
Yeah, she actually got up and did some questions. She did the opening statement. But yeah, the blonde did most of the questions. That's because I don't think that lady can stand still. But yeah.
The only evidence, frankly, about what happened at that scene comes from crime scene the ballistics, DNA, and the brief statement made by my client to law enforcement saying that he was cleaning the gun and the gun went off. There are some additional statements from Shirley Bass on the 911 call, also talking briefly about the gun being cleaned, and at one point even saying that her son was supposed to be awake and he was running. There's been no testimony as to any kind of issues going on that would cause Mr. Bass to injure or kill or attempt to kill his children in this case. There's been no testimony as to when he became armed. There's no eyewitness testimony.
Wait, hold on. When did this statement of him cleaning the gun and accidentally discharged come into play? That seems like the normal MO that a cop would say. I heard him say he was clearing the magazine. He was trying to take the magazine out and it accidentally discharged. I didn't hear anything about him trying to clean a gun. That's got to be an added statement. See, this is why you don't talk to the freaking popo. Let them do their job. Make them contact your lawyer. You know, I mean, shoot.
Many other witnesses about what happened inside of that room. We're just relying on those two brief statements. The evidence in the case also shows that not only was my client's DNA on the firearm, but his son's DNA was on the trigger and grip as well. And based on all of those issues, as well as the testimony that's been put forward, we would move for a judgment of acquittal as to all counts.
Definitely not all counts, lady. It's definitely not all counts. I can understand the attempted murder and the murder, but the child abuse charges, hell no.
Jerry?
Your Honor, both these cases are very distinguishable from our situation at hand. We had in Bertram's cases, it's a one shot. I think both of these are just one shots. Here we have 5 shots directed at the victims, at least 4 we know of for sure, into the victim's head. 3 of them into Jayla Bass's head. Were all centrally located to the head. It's clear evidence of premeditation. The number of shots, the location of the shots, the fact that these children were helpless and defenseless, laying in the bed. And the defendant admitted to being the person who shot and gave an excuse as to it being an accident. However, I believe the state has put forth evidence that this could not occur as an accident, and the defendant acknowledging that they do not have to prove motive in this case. And I think just the manner of the shots and the defendant's obvious lie is enough for the argument of premeditation.
Anything else from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, the motion for judgment of acquittal is denied. All right, what says the defense as to witnesses? Pardon?
Do you have more?
Of course.
Discussing afterwards.
Yep.
Lady, we could still see your mouth moving. I know you're trying to hide it, but we could still see your mouth moving. I swear she's got ADHD or she's on meth. Just by the way she's moving. Let me stop. You mean you don't believe that a kid would pull 3? Kid pulls 3 all the time. It's unlikely. I mean, no, it's not. There's times that they've cleared the magazine before. Yeah, it just depends on the gun. It really does. And the recoil. And she says that the recoil on that gun is just a slight pressure in the hand. It's like opening a can of Pepsi, is what she said. That's why it makes me I just don't know. I'm so confused, Kevin. Maybe the jury got it right and I got it wrong, but I have reasonable doubt. And I could understand if, like, little Junior was playing, cops and robbers. What? Hey, get out. Cops and robbers, and was practicing his aiming. I don't know, dude. I'm so confused on this case. I hate this case. Absolutely hate it. God. You son of a bitch. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. I hope nothing fell in the garbage. Darn cat. Hello? We're not doing this. Please work. Great. Can you knock it off? Okay, I can't hear. Hold on. Can you hear me? Okay, you can hear me. Right, zombie. I totally agree with that sentiment. Okay, let's see if this works. I don't know. Why can't I hear? Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. Houston, I got a problem. I gotta find some headphones. Gosh darn cat. Now you made it so these headphones are garbage. Give me uno momento, por favor. Let me find these other headphones. Where are you? There, not there. Oh my gosh, I can't find my headphones. You needed some freaking headphones. Whoa. I have tons of headphones. Don't think that. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna have to find them this weekend. Okay, let me see if I can change this. Hold on. I just hope it doesn't let's see, hold on. Settings. Oh, I need to go to StreamYard. Hello? I don't know if that works. I gotta press play. No, that doesn't work. Oh, you guys are killing me, Smalls. Oh my gosh. Come on, headphones. Don't fail me now. Hello, 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 hello. I can't hear nothing. Let's see. Please work. No, it's not working. Let's see if that works. They're not working. I guess I'll just have to use my phone okay. Let me mute myself, and then when I talk, I'll just have to mute this. There we go. Am I tripping, or did the sound go out? Oh my God. Did you guys hear anything? Oh, you already heard it. Oh my Lord, have mercy. So you heard him say yes or no he was going to testify? I mean, this is a bunch of crap. Okay, are you guys hearing it? Or am I tripping? Oh, you dirty, rotten scoundrels. I almost threw away my headset. Let me see. Let me go back to this. Oh, that's way. Nope, they're not. They're not. He has to testify because he has a lawyer. Maybe. No, that's not true, zombie. That's not true. They actually you don't have to testify whether you have a lawyer or not. You don't have to testify. It's your right not to testify. I feel like he should. It would have been better, but I can understand. Like I wouldn't want to be grilled by the state. At the same time, like to me, you didn't prove your case, so why give you that opportunity? Okay, these buggers didn't play the sound on this, and I wonder why. Or I'm tripping. One of the two. Don't you start crap. See, now I got sound. Oh, they had me tripping. Oh, they had me tripping. That was not cool at all. Oh, them jerks. Okay, it wasn't me. I'm not a dum-dum. I don't know why they got this whole thing muted. Like, is the whole thing muted or what? What goes on? Okay. So is any of these the mother? Any of these the mother? Any of that lady's on crack. No. Is this his family? I'm so confused. Is this the mom? Or is this no, this must be his sister or mom. Because he looks just like her. What are we doing? Are we just gonna sit here and lollygag? We still just not having sound, huh?
All right, same rulings.
Oh wait, hold on. Okay, they really had me tripping. Come on, hurry up and play the sound. Oh, Lord. Oh, zombie, it's like that in all states. That's our constitutional right. We don't have the right. We have the right not to testify. Just some people choose to. Because we have that thing where self-incrimination. But yeah, you hear it now. Are you? Wait, hold on. Am I tripping? No, I hear it now. This is. This is crazy. So they had it muted while they were having a whole session. Asked him if he was going to testify, and they didn't. They muted the sound. What kind of crap is this, man? I thought my headphones were a done deal because, I had a cat attack them. So, all right. Well, it's time for me to go smoke while we're waiting on these jury instructions to get
How long do you think
finished. Hey, don't do
Take
that.
closings?
I'm sorry.
How long do you think you'll take in closings? Just speculative.
I mean, Judge,
I'll be typing in the chat.
5 minutes, and I might have 30 to 45 in mind. So.
All right.
I think that's on the higher end.
Are you still printing? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Just for now. Thank you. No problem. Thank you. There's 11. You can put them on the back row.
Over to James, just letting him know. Instructions in the home.
Huh?
Instructions in the home.
No one was in the mouth. I'll ask them. Stating you're about to arrest.
Yes, we'll renew our prior motion for judgment of acquittal and all of our prior objections and motions. Same argument.
All right. Same rulings.
And the rest on the record. Do we have a second while you're making copies?
Yeah,
Is it on the record?
Andrew's printing it. I think. The two white. Oh, that's for them.
Oh.
As I discussed with Mr. Terry an issue, I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't a specific reason that Ms. Bass was not going to testify.
Got what?
That Ms. Bass was not going to testify, like she changed her story.
Right.
Correct, like a Brady or Giglio issue. I have discussed with Mr. Terry. I do believe he's made a strategic decision. He has advised me there weren't any different statements. And I just wanted to make sure that the record was clear for that.
All right.
What we discussed.
Sure.
And by not different statements, not different per a couple of varieties of statements. But
Right.
something
And
new from what we
she's here, and you're certainly welcome to talk to her if that would affect your ability about whether or not you wanted to call her too. So, all right. Thank you. Can I do that? Yes. $13. I just give them to him as they walk in. All right, have a seat. State having rested, what says the defense?
Defense at this time will rest, Your Honor.
All right, so both the state and the defense have rested their cases. As I warned you, now is my opportunity to instruct you on the law. As I also told you, you each have your own set of written instructions that have been just handed out to you. So you can use these. It's not a history test or a civics test. You don't have to remember everything I've said. So you'll have each of these copies to use during the arguments of the lawyers and or during deliberations as you should see fit. I am required by law, though, to read them aloud to you. So those of you who are visual learners are welcome to read along with me. Those of you who would like to be read to, may be read to. Either way, I just ask you to pay attention to the instructions. All right, Jermaine Bass, the defendant in this case, has been accused of the crimes of first-degree murder and 2 counts of aggravated child abuse and 1 count of attempted first-degree murder. Here are some definitions that will apply throughout these instructions. A weapon is defined as any object readily capable of inflicting bodily harm if used in the ordinary manner contemplated by its design and construction, or any other object that was used or threatened to be used to inflict bodily harm. A deadly weapon or a dangerous weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. An object not designed to inflict bodily harm may nonetheless be a dangerous weapon if it was used in a manner likely to cause death or great bodily harm. A firearm is any weapon which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. Great bodily harm means great, as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. Willfully means intentionally and purposely. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. In considering the evidence in this case, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you the defendant committed the main crimes of which he is accused, there may be evidence he committed other acts that would constitute what's called a lesser included crime. Therefore, if you decide the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crimes included in the definition of first-degree murder are second-degree murder, third-degree felony murder, and manslaughter. The lesser crime included in the definition of aggravated child abuse is aggravated battery. The lesser crimes included in the definition of attempted first-degree murder are attempted second-degree murder and attempted manslaughter. Mr. Bass is accused of first-degree murder. First-degree murder includes the lesser crimes of second-degree murder, third-degree felony murder, and manslaughter, all of which are unlawful. However, a killing that was excusable or that was committed by the justifiable use of deadly force is lawful. If you find Jayla Bass was killed by Jermaine Bass, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing and deciding if the killing was first-degree murder or any lesser included that should be offense, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from justifiable use of deadly force. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following 3 circumstances: when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune, in doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent, or when a killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation, or when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat, if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. I'll now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Jermaine Bass may be found guilty of first-degree premeditated murder or any lesser included crime. There are two ways a person may commit first-degree murder. One is known as first-degree premeditated murder, and the other is known as first-degree felony murder. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Jayla Bass is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Jermaine Bass. And 3, there was a premeditated killing of Jayla Bass. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An issue in this case may be whether Jermaine Bass did not act with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation. In order to find the defendant did not act with a premeditated intent to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, there must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary reasonable person. And a reasonable person would have lost normal self-control and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury. And there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off. And a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act that caused death. And Jermaine Bass was, in fact, so provoked and did not cool off because he committed the act that caused the death of Jayla Bass. If you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant acted with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, you should find him not guilty of the charge of first-degree premeditated murder. To prove the other way you can prove first-degree murder, first-degree felony murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Jayla Bass is dead. 2, while engaged in the commission of an aggravated child abuse on either Jayla Bass or Jermaine Bass in counts 2 and 3, or any lesser charge on those counts, Jermaine LaVonda Bass caused the death of Jayla Bass. Or while engaged in the attempt to commit first-degree murder on Jermaine Bass in count 4, or any lesser charge, Jermaine LaVonda Bass caused the death of Jayla Bass. And 3, Jermaine Bass was the person who actually killed Jayla Bass. In order to convict the defendant of first-degree felony murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had a premeditated design or intent to kill. To prove the lesser included offense of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Jayla Bass is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Jermaine Bass. And 3, there was an unlawful killing of Jayla Bass by an act eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose, and an act is eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. An issue in this case is whether Jermaine Bass did not have a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation. And again, in order to find the defendant did not have a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, there must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary reasonable person, and a reasonable person would have lost normal self-control and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury. And there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off. And a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act that caused death. And Jermaine Bass was, in fact, so provoked and did not cool off before he committed the act that caused the death of Jayla Bass. If you do have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant had a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, you should find him not guilty of the charge of second-degree murder. To prove the lesser crime of third-degree felony murder, the state must prove the following beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Jayla Bass is dead. And 2, her death occurred as a consequence of and while Jermaine LaVonda Bass was engaged in the commission of the felony lesser offense of aggravated battery. And Jermaine Bass is the person who actually killed Jayla Bass. In order to convict of third-degree felony murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had a premeditated design or intent to kill. The lesser offense of aggravated battery for the purpose of this instruction is defined in instruction 8.4 in the following instructions. See also instruction 3.12D, interlocking counts, that we'll get to in a minute as it pertains to this lesser offense. To prove the lesser included offense in count 1 of manslaughter, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Jayla Bass is dead. 2, Jermaine LaVonda Bass intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Jayla Bass, or the death of Jayla Bass was caused by the culpable negligence of Jermaine Bass. Every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there's a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I previously instructed you. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which did cause death. I'll now define culpable negligence for you. As I've said, every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others, and a violation of that duty without conscious intention to harm is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care toward others. In order for negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard of human life or of the safety of persons exposed to its dangerous effects, or such an entire want of care as to raise a presumption of a conscious indifference to consequences, or which shows wantonness or recklessness or a grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public, or such an indifference to the rights of others as is equivalent to an intentional violation of such rights. The negligent act or omission must have been committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. Culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct the defendant must have known or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily injury. To prove the crime of aggravated child abuse for counts 2 and 3, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Jermaine Bass committed an aggravated battery upon Jayla Bass in count 2, or Jermaine Bass for count 3. And 2, Jayla Bass in count 2, or Jermaine Bass in count 3 was under the age of 18 years. In order to prove that an aggravated battery was committed, the state must prove the following 2 elements. The first element is a definition of battery. 1, Jermaine Bass actually and intentionally caused bodily harm to Jayla Bass in count 2 or Jermaine Bass in count 3. And 2, in doing so, Jermaine Bass intentionally or knowingly caused great bodily harm. It is not a crime for a parent of a child to impose reasonable physical discipline on a child for misbehavior under the circumstances, even though physical injury resulted from the discipline. To prove the lesser included crime of aggravated battery for counts 2 and 3, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. And the first element is a definition of battery. 1, Jermaine Bass intentionally caused bodily harm to Jayla Bass in count 2, or Jermaine Bass in count 3. And 2, Jermaine Bass in committing the battery intentionally or knowingly caused great bodily harm to the victim. For count 4, in order, Jermaine Bass is accused of attempted first-degree murder. Attempted first-degree murder includes the lesser crime of attempted second-degree murder and attempted manslaughter, all of which are forms of attempted homicide and all of which are unlawful. However, an attempted homicide that was excusable or was committed by the justifiable use of deadly force is lawful. If you find there was an attempted homicide of Jermaine Bass by Jermaine LaVonda Bass, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the attempted homicide in deciding whether it was attempted first-degree murder or attempted second-degree murder or attempted manslaughter, or whether the attempted homicide was excusable or resulted from a justifiable use of deadly force. An attempted homicide is justifiable and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. An attempted homicide is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following 3 circumstances.
Kevin, honestly, you didn't miss much. Like, I think the statement that he gave to the police that he shot the gun, I think that is what sealed his fate. Is they took something he said before reading his Miranda rights and all that other stuff. all those conflicting statements, they still believed what they were told. I think they should have proved it. Like, okay, I just don't know how the cop, if you've been a detective on the force, I don't know how many years he said, but 18 years, right? 18 years, you should know by now. I mean, you've done a lot of murder cases. You should know that half the time that they retract their statements. And then, they get them thrown out. And you are supposed to follow the evidence. He should have did a thorough investigation. They should have did GSR to seal his fate. And they didn't do that. That's where, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I wasn't in the jury room. I don't understand how they came to that he's guilty on the top charges. I just don't. I would have done the lesser included. I really would have. He's guilty of something, of course. But what, I don't know. He would still be doing a punishment. It's not like he would be going free. Because I would have had them fight, I would say he's guilty of this, and this. But as far as me seeing it premeditated first-degree murder, I don't see that. I don't see that he had a forethought to kill them kids or kill his daughter. I don't see, nothing they showed me that. So I don't know. Maybe, I don't know.
Circumstances. When the attempted homicide is committed by accident and misfortune and doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent, or when the attempted homicide occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation, or when the attempted homicide is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat, if a dangerous weapon is not used and the attempted killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. I'll now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Jermaine Bass may be found guilty of attempted first-degree murder or attempted second-degree murder or attempted manslaughter by act. To prove the crime of attempted first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Jermaine Bass intended to commit the crime of first-degree premeditated murder. And 2, he committed an overt act toward the commission of first-degree premeditated murder that went beyond mere preparation. And 3, Jermaine Bass failed to complete the first-degree premeditated murder.
He is responsible for the kid's death. Yes, I'm not saying he's not. I'm not saying, because whether the other child got a hold of the gun, whether he did it. I still, but the evidence didn't show me that it was first-degree murder. It didn't show me that. I mean, yes, in the manner that, it was 3 shots to the head and where she was shot and all that great stuff. But I mean, how many kids play cops and robbers, and what the thing
between mere preparation and an over,
they're aiming at your head, with the plastic guns. I don't know. I'm so confused on this case. He definitely would be guilty on all of the charges, but not the top charges. I would have gone lesser on each one, except for the child abuse charges. He would have hung for that. He would have hung for that. And it's not because he committed battery. It's because he left a damn weapon where a kid could get it if the kid got to it. I don't know. I'm so confused. And how do we, the mom's DNA was on the gun too, but it wasn't enough to include her or exclude her. That's a problem too. I have so many questions, and I don't understand why she had conflicting statements and all that other stuff, and then all of a sudden, oh yeah, he's guilty, da 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 da. But you were saying my son, and my son was running with it and all this other dumb stuff. She was saying a whole bunch of junk on that call. I don't know how they got to the top charges. That's all I'm saying.
Overt act is a question of fact for you to decide. mere preparation consists of devising or arranging the means or measures necessary to commit the crime. An overt act consists of some movement toward committing the crime after mere preparation. An overt act need not be the last possible act toward completing the crime. To prove that a first-degree premeditated
Right,
murder
zombie.
had taken place, the state would have had to prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Jermaine Bass is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Jermaine LaVonda Bass.
Yes, I'm playing that too tonight.
And 3, there was a premeditated killing of Jermaine Bass. To prove the crime of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense of count 4, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable.
True, but on the trigger and the slide, it was only the dads and the sons that were included. That's why it raises concerns for me. That's only, and I get transfer DNA, but transfer DNA, they would have to use mitochondria, the different testing for that. They didn't have to do that. He had full on, I don't know. I'm just so confused. This case confuses me, and it's sad because it involves babies. And
Jeez. Doubt. 1, Jermaine LaVonda Bass intentionally committed an overt act that could have resulted in the death of Jermaine Bass, but did not result in Jermaine Bass's death. And 2, that act was eminently dangerous to another, demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. And 3, the overt act went beyond mere preparation. An act is eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. The line between mere preparation and overt act, again, is a question of fact for you to decide. Mere preparation consists of devising or arranging the means or measures necessary to commit the crime. An overt act consists of some movement toward committing the crime after mere preparation. An overt act need not.
And there's no reports of him being abusive. I don't know. Without her testimony, without like knowing what the son said, I'm just so confused. Like, I'm still left wondering, even though it's not my job to solve the case or anything, I'm just confused. I couldn't do it on the top charges. Lesser included, yes. With the culpable negligence, yes, he's definitely guilty of that because he left a gun in the reach of a child. I don't know why the gun was even in the kids' room to begin with, in a bag at the bottom of their freaking closet. I just got questions, tons. And they didn't answer not a one. Not a one. I mean, the cop said, oh, well, just because of his statements is the reason for our investigation. No, you're supposed to follow an investigation where the evidence takes you. Not what anybody says. But I don't know nothing.
Not be the last possible act toward completing the crime. To convict the defendant of attempted second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had any intent to cause death. To prove the lesser included.
I got her sped up. She was speaking slower than this. We can hear her.
Attempted manslaughter by act. The state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Jermaine LaVonda Bass intentionally committed an overt act that could have resulted in the death of Jermaine Bass, but did not result in Jermaine Bass's death. And 2, the overt act went beyond mere preparation.
She's struggling even at normal speed, but I have it sped up so I can get through this quicker. That's why she's reading so fast.
And again, the line between mere preparation and overt act is a question of fact for you to decide, and we've defined that before 2 times already. The defendant cannot be guilty of attempted manslaughter by act by committing a merely negligent act. Again, every person has a duty to act reasonably and use ordinary caution toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation would be negligence. To convict of attempted manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that could have caused death and was not justifiable or excusable attempted homicide, as I previously instructed you. If you do find Jermaine LaVonda Bass committed first-degree murder, second-degree murder, third-degree felony murder, or manslaughter, or attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or attempted manslaughter, you will then be asked to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt he personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use any weapon or firearm. If you find he committed first-degree murder or second-degree murder, third-degree felony murder, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated child abuse, you will also be asked to determine whether the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of that offense, he actually possessed a firearm, whether he discharged that firearm, and whether that discharge caused death or great bodily harm. To actually possess a firearm means the defendant carried a firearm on his person or had a firearm within immediate physical reach with ready access with the intent to use the firearm during the commission of the crime. Mr. Bass has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe he is innocent. This presumption of innocence stays with him as to each material allegation in the charging document through each stage of this trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence.
I don't know how many it would take to, go through. The deliberations took 6 hours and 45 minutes. There was not any evidence to really follow in this case. So other than the autopsy photos and stuff like that. So they may have been reading them. I just don't know how they came up to the conclusion that, never mind.
Evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome his presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which he is charged was committed and that he is the person who committed that crime. Mr. Bass is not required to present evidence or to prove anything. Wherever the phrase reasonable doubt is used, you must consider the following. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt or a speculative, imaginary, or a forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of his guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, you do not have an abiding conviction of his guilt, or if you have a conviction of his guilt, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find him not guilty because that doubt is.
See, that's what I'm saying. Thank you, Judge. That's what I'm saying, because it wavers for me. That's why I would have to go not guilty. It wavers for me. I don't know if it was him. I don't know if it was the son. I don't know if it was the mom. I don't know who it was. But that little girl is no longer here. And it's because they were negligent, period, of having that gun in the house, period. Where a kid, in a kid's bedroom, that's negligent right there. So if it was the son,
is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you're to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of Jermaine Bass may arise from the evidence, from conflicts in the evidence, or from a lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find him not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, then you should find him guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are as follows. Did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Did the witness's testimony agree with other testimony and other evidence in the case? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in the courtroom? The evidence that a witness may have made a prior statement that is inconsistent with his or her testimony in court should be considered only for the purpose of weighing the credibility of that witness's testimony and should not be considered as evidence or proof of the truth of the prior statement or for any other purpose. Had the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? Had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend on the number of witnesses it is called or upon the number of exhibits it is offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of evidence presented. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against Jermaine Bass. It is not necessary for him to disprove anything, nor is he required to prove his innocence. It is up to the state to prove his guilt by evidence. Mr. Bass has exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by this decision. No juror should ever be concerned that he did or did not testify at trial. Statements claimed to have been made by Jermaine Bass outside of court were testified to in this trial. Any such statement should always be considered with caution and be weighed with great care to make certain it was freely and voluntarily made. Therefore, you must determine from the evidence whether the alleged statement was knowingly, voluntarily, and freely made. In making this determination, you should consider the total circumstances, including but not limited to whether when he made the statement, he had been threatened in order to get him to make it, and whether anyone had promised him anything in order to get him to make it. If you conclude that any out-of-court statement was not freely and voluntarily made, you should disregard it. These are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. First, you must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict would be a miscarriage of justice. There's no reason for failing to follow the law. Everyone is depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this case. This case must be decided only on the evidence you've heard from the testimony of the witnesses, have seen in the form of exhibits and evidence, and based on these instructions. This case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or because you are angry at anyone. Remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in any way. Your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is then my responsibility to determine a proper sentence if he is indeed found guilty. Whatever verdict you render must be unanimous, which means each juror must agree to the same verdict. In reaching your verdict, do not let bias, sympathy, prejudice, public opinion, or any other sentiment for or against any party influence your decision in any way. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your responsibility. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. So please disregard anything I may have said or done or any ruling that I've made that make you think I prefer one verdict over another. You may find Mr. Bass guilty as charged in the charging document or guilty of such lesser offense as the evidence may justify or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form for each count, which was proved beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find no offense was proved beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. If you do return a verdict of guilty to the charge of first-degree murder, it is not necessary that all of you agree the state proved first-degree premeditated murder, and it is not necessary all of you agree the state proved first-degree felony murder. Instead, what is required is that all of you agree the state proved either first-degree felony murder or first-degree premeditated murder. You will be asked to choose as to each theory of first-degree murder, whether or not you are unanimous as to that theory. A separate crime is charged in each count of this charging document, and although they've been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately and a separate verdict returned as to each. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one count, but must not necessarily affect your verdict as to any other count charged, except as follows. Legally interlocking counts, and this describes the first-degree felony murder count in count 1.
Yeah, there was a couple times that I thought that his lawyer could have objected, but she objected on the relevance charges. Like she tried to get it out of there, but every time the judge let it through. So I mean, that may have sealed his fate too, you know, especially with the gun expert saying that she had to use two hands.
And counts 2, 3, and 4. So first-degree felony murder in count 1 and aggravated child abuse in counts 2 and 3.
But when she said that the 380 that Glock that she had test fired, which was a murder weapon, the recoil on it was like opening a can of soda. So if that's the case, an 8-year-old can definitely shoot that gun. because we can all open a can of soda at 8, you know. But
3 or attempted first degree murder or attempted second degree murder in count 4 are linked, in that the aggravated child abuse or the attempted first degree or attempted second degree murder is an essential element of first degree felony murder. So you should consider the evidence applicable to the aggravated child abuse charge and the attempted first degree and attempted second degree murder charge. If you find that the aggravated child abuse charge or the attempted first or second degree murder charge has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find Jermaine Bass not guilty under the theory of first degree felony murder in count 1. But you can still consider whether first degree murder under the theory of premeditation or a lesser offense of second degree murder or of manslaughter have still been proven beyond a reasonable doubt as to count 1, and if so, return a verdict of guilty for that offense. If, on the other hand, you do find aggravated child abuse charge or the attempted first or attempted second degree murder has been proved beyond any reasonable doubt, you can there and must then consider the evidence applicable to the theory of first degree felony murder. A guilty verdict for aggravated child abuse or for attempted first degree or attempted second degree murder does not require a guilty verdict under the theory of first degree felony murder. You may find him guilty under the theory of first degree felony murder only if you find all the elements of that crime, including the essential elements of aggravated child abuse or of attempted first degree or second degree murder, were proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Additionally, count 1 lesser offense of third degree felony.
see, I don't put anything past kids because I've heard kids shooting shotguns at that age more than once. So I just don't put it past them. And you know, a shotgun has has a kick on it like nobody's business. I mean, it could dislocate your shoulder if you're not holding that sucker right. You know what I'm saying? So I don't put anything past kids anymore. Here in my state, they had an accidental shooting, and the kid shot more than once, and I don't know what type of gun it was, and it was recently. Yeah, it can happen. Sadly, it can.
Felony murder and count 2 and 3 lesser offense of aggravated battery are also linked, and that the aggravated battery in count 2 and 3 are linked to as being an essential element of third degree felony murder in count 1. So you should first consider the evidence applicable to the lesser offense of aggravated battery. If you find the aggravated battery has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, then you cannot find him guilty of third degree felony murder. But you may consider whether different lesser offenses of second degree murder or of manslaughter have still been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and if so, return a guilty verdict for that lesser offense. If, on the other hand, you find that the lesser offense of aggravated battery has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you must then consider the evidence applicable to third degree felony murder. A guilty verdict for aggravated battery does not require a guilty verdict for third degree felony murder in count 1. You may find him guilty of third degree felony murder, the lesser offense in count 1, only if you find all the elements of that crime, including the essential elements of aggravated battery, were proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Only one verdict may be returned as to each count, and each of you must agree to the same verdict. The verdict must also be in writing, and for your convenience, we prepared the verdict form for you. And if you'll flip over to page 20, we're going to go over that together just so there are no questions. You'll see on page 20, we, the jury, find as follows as to count 1, murder in the first degree. You check only one letter, A, B, C, D, or E, and answer any questions under the lettered selection. So A, the defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree of Jayla Bass as charged. And if you select A, you must answer each of these following questions. 1, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten, or attempted to use any weapon or firearm? Yes or no? Did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes or no? Did the defendant discharge the firearm? Yes or no? Did the discharge cause the death of the victim? Yes or no? 5, you must fill in a number. Blank of the 12 of us find the killing was premeditated murder. 6, blank of the 12 of us find the killing was felony murder based upon a guilty verdict of aggravated child abuse on counts 2 and 3, or a guilty verdict of any degree of attempted homicide on count 4. And 7, blank of the 12 of us find the killing was premeditated murder and felony murder.
That's
Or B,
confusing.
the defendant is guilty of the lesser offense of murder in the second degree, a lesser included offense. If you select B, you must answer those first 4 questions, either yes or no. Or C, the defendant is guilty of felony murder in the third degree, a lesser included offense. If you select C, you have those first 4 questions to again answer yes or no. or D, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense? And if so, you answer that first question, yes or no. Or E, the defendant is not guilty. For counts 2 and 3, those are the same. We jury find as follows as to count 2. That's the aggravated child abuse of Jermaine Bass. A, the defendant is guilty of aggravated child abuse as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, great bodily harm, a lesser included offense. Or C, the defendant is not guilty. Those same 3 findings under we, the jury, find as follows as to count 3, the aggravated child abuse of Jermaine or JJ Bass. And on the last page, page 22, we, the jury, find as follows as to count 4. That's the attempted murder in the first degree of Jermaine JJ Bass. Again, you answer only one letter, A, B, C, or D. If you select any of those letters, if there are questions under them, you must answer each one yes or no. A, the defendant is guilty of attempted murder in the first degree of Jermaine JJ Bass as charged. You must answer 1, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten, or attempt to use a weapon or firearm? Yes or no. Did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes or no. Did the defendant discharge the firearm? Yes or no. Did the discharge cause great
It's very
bodily harm to
confusing.
the victim?
That is very confusing. I don't. Thank goodness they take them with them to read them, because that is very confusing. I've heard of like the top charge having multiple choice, but that's it. Like you don't have to multiple choice every line. This is crazy. This is the first time I've heard
this. I
left
out the yes or no, so I'll add that before I finalize this verdict for him. And then B, attempted murder in the second degree, a lesser included offense, the same 4 questions to answer. C, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense, that first question to answer. And or D, the defendant is not guilty. There's also a place for the foreperson to both sign and print his or her name and date the verdict form. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to the lawyers to give their final arguments to you. I'm just going to remind you of a couple of things. 1, the lawyers are not witnesses, so what they say is not testimonial evidence. So if their recitation of the facts differs from your recollection of the facts, I'm going to ask you to rely on your own memories. That's why you've been chosen as jurors in the first place. Both sides have equal time to address you, but because the state has the burden of proof, they're entitled to go both first and last in their remarks to you. The state prepared to make a final argument.
Yes, sir, but we approach first real quick.
Sure. Yeah.
That was confusing as heck. Oh, that was Lord have mercy. That was confusing. I've never seen the issue as a catch my gun. It did, but who's to say it was done? It was done quickly. Well, yeah, I'm not saying the son's guilty. It just causes me to have reasonable doubt is all I'm saying. Because they didn't give me the, Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't understand that. And it's usually like the top charge that has the A, B, or C. Not the rest of them. But they got a multiple choice on every question. Jeez.
The end, right where we began. It was an accidental discharge. I was trying to take the magazine out and it went off. They was both in bed. I was in their room. Those were the statements of the defendant, Jermaine Bass Jr. Mere minutes.
Okay, hold on though. Okay, it's lady. No one's. I heard it was an accidental discharge up in their room. Nothing about it. You're trying to make it seem like, he was depicting a story. Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay, you're good. You're good, lady.
After he murdered his daughter while she was laying in the top bunk of her bed. Those were his statements as he was holding his son, who was profusely bleeding from a gunshot wound to the.
He didn't say anything about the daughter, lady. You're lying. You're already lying in your opening statement. There is no evidence and there was no testimony that he said anything about the daughter in that first statement. Anyways, okay, whatever. No wonder they got guilty. He got guilty. Yeah.
That he caused.
She's good.
It was an accident. I was loading the magazine. I was in their room. Those statements you heard on the body worn camera.
Okay, he was in their room. He was removing the magazine. Okay, all true. I think was all true. But nothing about him shooting his daughter. That's where you're missing out. It was his son. But okay.
Of Adam Rahman.
Okay, let me go. Let me mute myself.
I want to draw your attention on that same body-worn camera to the timestamp of 22:46:20. Right after he made these statements, the defendant was asked, "What happened upstairs?" He looked straight at the deputies and he said, "Nothing happened upstairs." That man uttered those words, "Nothing happened upstairs," when he knew that his daughter was on that top bunk with a gunshot wound.
Wait, when did he say this and when did that happen? Oh, she's good. She's really. I don't remember hearing that in any testimony. Not now or in the body cam. Wow, lady.
To the middle of her forehead, and she was bleeding out, and she was about to die.
Okay, now I'm
He
muting
said
myself.
nothing happened upstairs. He didn't beg them to go save her. He didn't beg them to help her. He said nothing happened upstairs. We end right where we began. Where defense counsel in their opening statement to you said, "My client did not shoot Jayla Bass or JJ." We know that's not true. We know he did. We know that forensic evidence points to him. And I want you to recall when our blood spatter expert was on the stand. She said to you, "The scene will guide you to collect the evidence that is relevant so that you can piece together what happened." And members of the jury, that's exactly what happened throughout the duration of this trial. The testimony and evidence are pieces that, when laid together, form an arrow that points to the guilt of only one person in this case. The defendant murdered his 5-year-old daughter as she was sleeping, and he tried to murder his 8-year-old son, JJ. Remember this last Friday during jury selection, you were taught that the state has the burden to prove the elements of the crimes charged beyond a reasonable doubt. The judge explained that to you, and in fact, she just read it in a stereo. It helps to know what the elements are, what we're focusing on as we go through discussing how and why we know the defendant is guilty of each element of each crime charged in this case. We'll go one by one. First degree premeditated murder. To prove the crime of first degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Jayla Bass is dead. Number 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Jermaine Bass. And number 3, there was a premeditated killing of Jayla Bass. He's also charged with 2 counts of aggravated child abuse. There we talk about number 1, Jermaine Bass committed aggravated battery upon Jayla Bass or Jermaine Bass. That's counts 2 and 3. Jayla Bass or Jermaine Bass were under the age of 18. We know that. Jermaine Bass actually and intentionally caused bodily harm to Jayla Bass or Jermaine Bass, counts 2 and 3. In doing so, Jermaine LaVonda Bass intentionally or knowingly caused great bodily harm. You know that as well. You saw the gunshot wounds. The last count for premeditated murder. Jermaine LaVonda Bass intended to commit the crime of first-degree premeditated murder. Number 2, Jermaine LaVonda Bass committed an overt act toward the commission of first-degree premeditated murder that went beyond mere preparation. Number 3, Jermaine LaVonda Bass failed to complete the first-degree premeditated murder. Let's talk about how and why we know the defendant is the one who pulled the trigger. And let's talk about how and why we know that he did it intentionally. We know that the defendant started out his night by leaving his 5-year-old and his 7-year-old home alone in their beds. We know that's true. 5 and 7, home alone at nighttime. We know that he followed his wife Shirley to her family dinner in the West Shore area at Ruth's Chris restaurant. How do we know that? State's Exhibit 21. We can track his cell phone records. He leaves the children home alone by at least 7:15 p.m. We know that's true because of the video surveillance shows him leaving before that time. We know that Shirley got to dinner and that the defendant arrived in the West Shore area where Ruth's Chris is located. And around 10 o'clock, we know that he's calling Shirley and he's leaving by 10:01. We heard testimony from Shirley's niece, who's kind of more like a cousin or similar in age, China Gadsden. She explained to you what she saw that night. She saw the defendant in his Nissan truck pull in front of Shirley's car that she was driving, stop, get out, walk up to the vehicle, and confront Shirley for going to a family dinner. You know, he immediately got back in his car and went to his house. That's what State's 21 shows through his phone records. We know that's true. Just like Anna Cox said, the evidence will reveal to you what happened. Other evidence that reveals this, in fact, is true, that the defendant followed Shirley to her dinner and confronted her, is the Eye on Crime camera video footage that we see of the defendant's car. We can read between the lines of the evidence we have as to the way the defendant was feeling at the time he arrived back home and went inside where 5-year-old Jayla Bass was sleeping in the top bunk. And 8-year-old Jermaine Bass, JJ, is laying right next to her. Now again, the scene will reveal itself. We only have to follow it. We know that the children were in the bed together. Laying side by side in the bed. I'm putting up State's 24A because the forensic evidence tells us. We know that Jayla Bass was laying closest to the wall, her head where this pooling of blood is seen, and that JJ's head was right next to her, either touching the mattress or slightly above, at the point in time that the firearm was pointed at their heads and the trigger was pulled. Remember last Friday when we discussed premeditation, Mr. Terry was talking to you about there's no specific time frame when you're trying to decide whether or not an act was premeditated. It can happen in an instant. Recall that today, Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office firearm expert Jennifer Michaelon took the stand and explained to you what would have to take place in order for that Glock 42 to fire. She explained you first have to take the magazine. You have to load it with bullets. You have to put that filled magazine inside the bottom well of the firearm. You then have to slide the top of the firearm back in order for it to fire. Then, like she explained, when she's firing these firearms regularly during the course of her investigations as a firearm expert, she uses two guns to be able to safely and precisely point and aim within a 6-inch area. Loading the magazine with bullets, putting the magazine inside of the firearm, sliding the top back to make it ready. And then she further explained, not only do you have to point it and aim it, each time you pull the trigger, you have to pull it hard enough to first compress the trigger pull, safety, and then the trigger itself. And she explained to you that because it is not an automatic firearm, that each time you pull the trigger, you have to pull it and let it go, and 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 pull it and let it go. And members of the jury, that evidence is the scene itself, the evidence revealing to you what premeditation is. All of those steps is the scene revealing to you through evidence what premeditation is. Look at the bullet holes. On these precious children's face. Look at that.
Objection, Your Honor, improper
Sustained.
argument. I ask the jury be disregarded.
Right. The jury's to disregard the last statement by the prosecutor. Speak facts. Let's talk about the facts.
Look where the bullet holes are located on Jayla Bass's head. Those are aimed, precise, deliberate bullet holes. That is not an accident. That is not loading the firearm and it going off. Those are aimed, precise, deliberate shots. Shots that require some sort of control over the firearm. The shot through her cheek, her temple, and her forehead. Jennifer Michaelon says that shots that are within 6 inches of one another require her to use 2 hands to shoot. This is the shot on the son, JJ's head. Now, recall he's laying right next to his sister in the bed, the top bunk. We don't know what order they were shot, but consider the proximity when deciding how deliberate these shots are. Consider the proximity when deciding how precise they are. That is the evidence revealing to you premeditation, intent, and deliberate shots. Shots that are aimed at the most crucial part of a human being's body. Recall, the scene will reveal to you the evidence necessary for you to come to a conclusion as to what happened. We know from the defendant's wallet that was seized, states 15. Recall that this wallet was taken directly found in a closed drawer within a wallet that was right next to the firearm used to murder Jayla and Jay, an attempt to murder JJ, and right next to ammunition found. Note on this, height, Jermaine Bass Jr. 5'7". Why is that important? Let's consider the trajectory of the fire shot that killed Jayla Bass and almost killed JJ. We know that the children were laying next to each other. We know that the blood shown in the pulling of this photo of the top mattress belongs to Jayla Bass because consider the trajectory of the bullets you see. Knowing the bunk bed is topmost portion of the bunk bed is 5 feet 5 inches tall. The defendant is taller than that. We know that damage A is at a downward trajectory, meaning that when the gun was fired, it has to be angled upward, downward to cause that downward trajectory. We know that this shot goes all the way through to the bathroom in a downward trajectory because we saw evidence of that. The scene will reveal the evidence necessary for you to decipher what happened. Whoever was holding the firearm had to have been taller than 5 feet 5 inches tall. We know that there was no stippling found on the wounds of Jayla Bass, meaning that whoever fired the weapon pointing right at her had to be at least, from the testimony, at least 2 to 3 feet away. If you follow the trajectory of the bullet holes that you see here, take them out 2 to 3 feet. That takes you off the bed. At a height consistent with the defendant holding his hands above the rail and pointing it downward. We know also that the person standing on the outside of this bunk bed, at least 2 to 3 feet away from where the children were laying, we know the trajectory as well because of the impact blood stain pattern. Now, Anna Cox, when she testified, was very educational when she was describing to you what blood stain pattern analysis is. She explained that it's a discipline of forensic science focusing on identifying, documenting, and analyzing blood stains in order to interpret what caused the distribution. Basically, in a layman's terms, she says she looks at the blood stain and tries to decide how it got She went on to explain to us different kinds of blood stains and what they mean and how she interprets them. One of them was an impact blood stain, or an impact spatter pattern, which she said a natural object striking the liquid blood. She said she considered things such as physics, the natural laws of gravity, and introduction of a mechanism such as force. So if something were to hit an object of bleeding, it would cause a certain pattern, blood pattern stain. Directionality, flow pattern. She said in her expert opinion, based on the DNA evidence that was swabbed from this area, it showed that both JJ and Jayla's heads were in this corner of the bed at the time in which they were shot. That's an important piece of evidence because, remember, we end where it began. The defense mentioned in their opening statement to you that their client didn't pull the trigger. Well, members of the jury, it's one thing to make a statement like that and then move on. But it requires you to pull the thread, to follow the analysis, to let the scene reveal to you what happened. And you have to follow it until the end. The end is the DNA on the firearm. Now, recall this series of events. The children are shot. They're on the top bunk. When law enforcement arrives, the defendant is holding his son who's profusely bleeding from a gunshot wound to the head. When he's asked, "Where's the firearm?" he explains to the deputies that it's on top of a dresser, and later explains that it's in the drawer in the master bedroom of the dresser. So let's keep pulling the thread, because what does that mean? It means that after he murdered his daughter, Jayla, and after he shot his son in the temple, that he left them there, walked all the way past 2 bathrooms into the master bedroom, and he opened up that silver drawer. He put the gun and the magazine inside, and he closed that dresser drawer. Before doing anything else. That's significant. The gun was in a closed dresser drawer. If an accident happened in the room with his children, would not a reasonable parent render it immediately?
Objection, Your Honor, improper argument.
Overruled.
It's not reasonable to believe that it was an accident. It's not reasonable to believe that after this firearm accidentally discharged 5 times, that someone would then walk past 2 bedrooms into a different room, open a drawer, place the firearm inside of that drawer, and close it before doing anything else. It is not reasonable to believe. We also know the defendant didn't call 911.
Objection, improper.
Sustained.
The phone records show that at 10:34, the defendant dialed out to a number belonging to his mother. Anna Cox was right. The scene reveals the evidence. It's necessary for you to come to a conclusion as to what happened. The defendant loaded his firearm with a magazine. He slid it back to load it. He then stood on the outside of that gray bunk bed, put his arm up and over the railing, and fired at his children as they lay sleeping in the top bunk of the bed. The evidence reveals that he shot his daughter Jayla 3 times and she died. The evidence reveals that he shot his son JJ in the temple, causing severe injuries that he still suffers from. The DNA puts the firearm in his hands. The trajectory puts the firearm in his hands. And members of the jury, the evidence, when put together, forms an arrow pointing at the guilt of only one person in this case. The defendant, Jermaine Bass, murdered his daughter, Jayla Bass, who was 5 years old. And he did it with intention, he did it with precision, and he did it with premeditation. The defendant tried to kill his son, JJ. And he did it with intention, he did it with precision, and he did it with premeditation. And the law and the evidence demand that you find him guilty.
Yep. Take down the exhibit.
Oh, no, that's the right. I thought I mixed them up. I did not.
She knows.
We go with that muting thing, making me think that my headphones aren't working. Well, the cop was checking on him, making sure he didn't have to pee or anything. That's it's like, He knows it's over. Shit, I know it's over. I just couldn't do it. That jury box would have hated me, boy. Whew. Boy. She seems mighty proud of herself, doesn't she? She sold a good story. I ain't gonna lie. She's a good little closer. She's a better closer than he was an opener. Okay, what are we doing, folks? Okay, they're going on break.
I was going to start talking about everything Mr. Terry talked about in opening statement and what he did or didn't show. But I want to first go ahead and respond to Ms. Reeder if I can. First of all, she said, these are things we know. These are things we know are true. She said that Mr. Bass left the children home alone in their beds. So they're in their beds and he leaves. There's no evidence of that. You didn't hear any evidence that they were in their beds.
Thanks. Thank you.
He followed Shirley Bass. We have an hour later with his car supposedly leaving, a Nissan Titan design, but he followed her. There's not one shred of evidence of that. To confront Shirley for going to a family dinner is why he supposedly stopped them along on the way onto 275 at the West Shore exit. You heard not one piece of evidence that he stopped the vehicle. We're going to talk more about that later. But that was to confront Shirley for going to the dinner? No, we didn't hear any evidence whatsoever about why or why not Mr. Bass did not go to the dinner. The children were laying down, we know that. Well, then why do we have bullet holes higher up? We don't know that. Ms. Reeder actually said, quote, read between the lines. Do you remember when she just said that in her argument? Read between the lines. Let's forget about evidence. Let's forget about burden of proof. Let's throw it all out the window, folks.
No, don't read between the lines. That's where we get convoluted.
Just read between the lines and convict a person of murder. She went through this elongated theory, and I think it was done multiple times, that Mr. Bass got the gun. He put bullets in it. He put the magazine in. He racked it. He took it in.
There's no evidence of that. You're correct. Let's go, lady.
Into the kid's room. What evidence did you hear about any of that?
None.
You heard not one piece of evidence of where that gun was prior to the shooting of the children.
Thank you.
You heard nothing. We do not know. You don't read between the lines in a case such as this or in any case. There is absolutely no evidence. The state was presented where that gun was prior to the shooting, who loaded it, wasn't that, we know nothing. And they have to have evidence. Ms. Michelin told you that they didn't do a trigger pull. They could have done a trigger pull on that gun and given you a poundage of how much force. I think Ms. Bradley had asked her, it's about just 5 pounds. But what did she tell Ms. Bradley? The trigger pull on that gun is as easy as popping off a soda cap. Popping off a soda cap is enough force to pull the trigger on that gun.
And the recoil is the same. That's crazy.
So the state wants you to believe that Mr. Bass did all these things. Well, because that's their theory. That's what they want you to believe. He got the gun, he wrapped it, he put the magazine in, he pulled the slide back, all of that. But you got to look at the evidence, not their theory. Remember, the judge will tell you the evidence is where you look, the exhibits and the testimony, not one piece of evidence about that. Ms. Reeder talked about the wallet being found next to ammo. I guess to presume that that's an important factor. Not any ammo that could have been used in this case for certain, because there's not one thing found in the master bedroom that had anything to do with a 380. Detective Hobelman and Corporal DeVoe both told you that. How do I know? How do I know that Mr. Bass's driver's license height is even correct? Not one shred of evidence presented as to that. They want you to read between the lines and assume.
Right, because you know what? People lie on their license.
Whoever is holding the firearm had to be taller than 5'5". We know that, said Ms. Reeder.
You don't
Where did
know
you get
that.
evidence? What witness said that? Nobody did. Theory, not evidence. And again, going through how he then afterwards goes into the master bedroom, does everything, puts the gun up, and closes the drawer, she said. Right?
No evidence it was closed.
Evidence. That drawer's open. So that's not true. This is the way HCSO found it. That drawer is open. So what Ms. Reeder said there is not supported by the evidence.
Thank you.
There is not one shred of evidence.
How did they do? I don't get how they. She is good. She is freaking good because she remembers evidence as I do.
To support their theory and everything Ms. Reeder had just said to you. You've got to look at the evidence. You've got to look for the evidence. So let me go back then. In opening statement, Mr. Terry told you the following. Mr. Bass doesn't call 911. You will find out who he calls. Well, Shirley calls 911, or Mr. Evans actually calls 911 and gives the phone to Shirley. Shirley's calling 911. Why is there a reason for the spouse to call 911? You heard evidence, not theory, but evidence, that DeQuan and then Shirley, the call is made at 22:33, the 911 call. Mr. Bass does not call his mother until after that. Evidence, that's what you heard. Mr. Bass isn't calling Domino's to order a pizza. He's not calling for takeout. While Miss Bass is on the phone with 911, that is when Mr. Bass calls his mom to tell her what happened to her grandchildren. So we know from the timing that that call to the mother is definitely after the 22:33 911. Look at the phone records. It is 22:34, right after. We also know that it's a very quick call. 5 seconds may not have even been answered by his mom. All right, number 2. Mr. Terry says, Mr. Bass tells the police exactly where to find that gun. Presuming, I guess, he knows specifically because he's the one who pulled the trigger. Well, no, not quite. And Ms. Reeder even pointed this out in making their argument, is he's telling them that it's on the dresser. It's not until later that he says, look in or on the dresser. Ms. Reeder even told you that. Of where that gun was prior to the shooting. None at all. Ms. Reeder made a comment about Mr. Bass making the statements to the deputies that first responded. The statements are made mere minutes after the shooting. Well, the 911 calls at 22:33. The statements, she said it herself in her closing, 22:46. That's 13 minutes. Marital discord. Mr. Terry said, oh, there's marital discord, and maybe that's why he did this tragic, horrible act. What evidence did you hear of marital discord? Absolutely none. Again, you have to look to the evidence, not their theory, because they have the burden of proof to prove beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. You did not hear about any marital discord from China Gadsden, nor did you hear about any marital discord from Ms. Romeo. Mr. Terry said, you will never know why. He's correct, absolutely, when he says they do not have to prove motive. You will never know why. Well, we don't.
Nobody
and
does.
The problem is there are so many unanswered questions over this tragic, terrible event that took place on August 29th.
Exactly. And if you have questions at the end of this and no answers, you can't, that's reasonable doubt. Keep going.
2022. Many unresolved questions, mistakes made in this case by many different people.
Mm-hmm.
Too many unresolved or answered questions. Reason to go.
Let's go.
Mr. Bass didn't go to Ruth Chris because he was supposed to stay home to take care of the children. Mr. Terry said that. Where'd you hear that? Did you hear that evidence? Stayed home because he had to take care of the children. No evidence. Nada. There was no evidence presented of why he did not go to Ruth Chris that evening. Something is not right in that house. Okay? What evidence did you hear that there were any problems?
Right. Exactly. Thank you. Where's the evidence on that too?
In the house. Nada. Mr. Terry, Mr. Bass was angry and aggressive on West Shore and 275 when he came upon Miss Bass and Miss Gadsden.
Yep. China says that he didn't seem angry and she didn't seem upset. So that's conflicting too.
Well, no, that's not what we heard. We specifically did not hear from China Gadsden say he was angry. You didn't hear that. Nada. She claims he comes upon them and all he says, were you drinking? Is that why she's driving? That's it. They're not arguing. They're not beefing. He's not yelling. Shirley wasn't fazed by it. China said.
She watches YouTube.
And folks, that's if you believe this story. Okay, we have China Gadsden, the one she is related to Shirley. And one of the most critical things is, if this was a big deal, and this somehow is their great motive, theory, that's what they want you to believe to convict somebody of first-degree murder, why is it not talked about earlier? China Gadsden never says a word until over 14 months later that this allegedly took place.
Right.
Corporal DeVoe even told you there would be times he would call China. She'd hang up on him. I don't want to talk to you. I'm not going to talk to you. All of the behavior of everybody in this case, Mr. Bass, Mrs. Bass, the witnesses, you can consider. And their behavior and everything that got done that evening.
Mm-hmm.
And China Gadsden never at any time said Shirley was upset. Now, I just want to make this comment. Do you honestly believe in Florida that they're sitting there, stopped in the middle of the road, and they're just sitting there, and Mr. Bass goes out and he says, are you drinking? Were you drinking? Because is that what she's driving? That's it, right? That there's a ton of cars backed up, and that one person is honking. This is Florida. Not one person is honking or blaring, saying, you guys need to go. So China told you. Miss Bartley asked her, well, were the cars like honking? If this story is true. Oh, no, it's fine. They were just waiting. Come on. It's just unbelievable. This was an act to kill, Mr. Terry said. Well, where's the evidence? Where's the evidence of premeditation, the intent to kill, reflection, enough time to reflect on that? Where is the evidence that the premeditation and intent to kill was in his mind before the act? We have no problems talked about, no issues, no evidence, none. No threats, nothing. Shirley was frantic on the 911 call, of course. She's frantic, she's upset. But you better look at her overall behavior in this case. You can look at all of that, and you should look at all of that. The 911 operator is constantly asking her, who did this? Who did this? Is the shooter still there? This is a mother. Supposedly, Mr. Bass has just shot and killed her daughter and shot her son. She refuses to answer that question. Never answers that question. At one point, Ms. Bradley talked about this in her opening. She specifically says, no, I don't need police, I need an ambulance. And of course, you'll have a call to listen to. We also have absolutely no clue who she's yelling at on that call. We know for a fact from the call, she's definitely yelling at the 911 operator for not getting there fast enough to bring the ambulance. We know, and she says it, how upset she is with the operator. Look at when the call comes back. She even says, I got the same person. I got you again. So we know she's upset with the operator. And listen to that call. Did you catch the comment about what Shirley said? Her son was supposed to be sleeping, but then he ran. What? Okay. Well, that just further shows me we do not know what happened in that house at the time of the shooting or what happened before. Listen to that call. You're going to hear her say that. And then he ran. Supposedly, as Ms. Reeder says, the children are shot in their beds. That makes absolutely no sense. Now, we know from Mr. Evans, Daquan Evans, that there was about 5 to 10 minutes span of time. That's what he testified to. Evidence. 5 to 10 minutes from the time he heard the shots to Shirley coming to his door, because she doesn't know the address where she lives, she doesn't have her phone. 5 to 10 minutes between the shots and Shirley coming to his door. What is going on in that 5 to 10 minutes? Ask yourself that. What is going on with Shirley, Mr. Bass, in those 5 to 10 minutes? We also know there's 2 parts of the call. There was no evidence presented by the state to show the time difference. In other words, was there 5 minutes between the calls? Was it 5 seconds? We don't know because they didn't present that. And we certainly know, continuing in that second call, Shirley is still not happy with that operator. Take that in consideration as well as the first deputies at the scene. They're all equipped with body cam. Rahman, Rainey, White, and Jones. The big picture is what you can look at. Deputy Jones, I asked her repeatedly, who shot her son? He's asking a mother whose son has been shot in the head. Who shot your son? Is the person with the gun in the area, please? Never. His testimony, evidence. Shirley never answered him, never answered his questions. Deputy White, evidence. The woman was yelling at the officers. We were just trying to help. Deputy White, Shirley was uncooperative in providing any answers. Evidence. Now, the state, I anticipate Mr. Terry's going to get an opportunity to come up and talk to you when I'm done. Please keep in mind what he says and think what I might say in rebuttal to that, and keep in mind he has the proof. But I anticipate, since this is my only time to talk to you, he's going to say, well, she was traumatized, right? She's traumatized. So you got to look at that whole big picture about her uncooperativeness, and we'll talk more about that. But it doesn't explain this case and not answering simple questions posed to her by 911 operator or the deputies. Who shot your son? My husband. Never, nada, never says that. Deputy Jones, the lady wasn't very helpful. That's it. Not helpful at all. Now, Mr. Bass, another comment from opening statement by Mr. Terry. Mr. Bass never tells the police his daughter is upstairs. Not true. Evidence. You heard from Deputy White. Body cams, you got beeping going on, they're difficult to hear. Deputy White said that Mr. Bass did say something about a little girl, and he documented it in his report. It wasn't just off his body cam. He told you that. I heard that. What you kind of hear on the body cam is something like, anyone upstairs? No. Then you can hear something. Watch those body cams again. Something is said right after that. And I believe that Deputy Rainey's body cam may be one of the best to pick it all up. But listen for the word daughter. Then, is anyone else in the house? No. But I make that up. Deputy White took that witness stand under oath and said he did say something about his little girl. But Mr. Bass is not allowed to be traumatized. Well, surely Bass is. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Now, Deputy Jones even told you, well, I didn't hear that. I didn't document it in my reports that he said no, but I was walking behind Deputy White. And I just walked quickly past Mr. Bass. And he specifically told you he might have heard something, Deputy White, that Deputy Jones did not. Evidence, that was his testimony, because Deputy Jones was behind Deputy White. Evidence, he told you that. So I asked if you watch those body cams again. I'm sure Mr. Terry will say the same thing. Now, let's continue on concerning Shirley Bass. Her daughter was killed in a tragic event. Her son was shot in the head. But she desires to be uncooperative with Detective DeVoe. He asked for her phone. Remember, her phone was in the crime scene. Some member of HTSO went into the crime scene, took her phone out, and gives it to her. So she has her phone back. Mr. Bass's phone, able to be downloaded, is on the couch. You can see it, right? He's asking her to download the phone. No, never does she give her phone to him to do a simple download. And guess what, folks? You saw phone evidence, right? Now, I believe it was Corporal DeVoe said there wasn't anything on Mr. Bass's actual download, but that's why they look at it. That's why they do a cell write. because it does reveal evidence and it is important. She was hard to reach, he told you. This is a woman whose daughter was killed and son was shot in the head. Mary Lee House, you heard about Mary Lee House. It's kid friendly. There's just the interviewer that works at Mary Lee House who's trained to speak to children in a kid friendly environment. They have to do and they want to do an interview of JJ based on what happened, what he saw, what he did. On 9/7 of 2022 in the AM, Shirley absolutely refused to let her son be interviewed. Now, the state's going to say, oh, Corporal Gaveau said he was just out of the hospital. Well, then say that. Can we wait a little bit? No. She lies to Corporal Gaveau. You heard that. And said, well, I got here earlier and I waited a long time. Remember he told you that? What else did he tell you? That's not true. Because I was here early and she was not here. So we know that's false. And Corporal Gaveau, what other interesting thing did you hear about that first attempt to interview JJ? Oh, I never even saw the son. He doesn't know if she even brought him that day. So he says, okay. So we set it for the afternoon, same day, September 7th of 2022 for the PM. Now at this point, JJ's uncooperative. We didn't hear testimony that he was in pain or he was upset. Look what had just happened to his sister. We don't hear that. What do we hear? And I hate to even talk about JJ like this. I'm just going to tell you the evidence, please. Corporal Gaveau tells you the interview did not take place that second attempt because he was disrespectful, had bad behavior, and was actually physically attacking Shirley. Then we have another attempt. Well, let's try to do it on 9/12 of 22. It's now reset for the third time. That interview didn't take place. We know at that point, Detective Bernal and Detective O'Toole have to go get an investigative subpoena. Corporal Gaveau told you all about that. It isn't an invitation, Corporal told you. It was served on her on September 23rd of 2022. So finally, I think this is the fourth attempt at this point. You know, not really, just give me some time. No, excuses. Finally now, only over a threat of being arrested if she doesn't bring JJ in, does the interview take place. This behavior is not consistent with a woman whose husband just in cold blood, premeditated, shot his daughter, Shirley's daughter, 3 times and shot her son in the head. It just makes absolutely no sense. Corporal Gaveau told you she was uncooperative with the investigation. Some things she was cooperative with, he told you. He didn't quite tell you what those things were, but she was uncooperative. Just the same as you've heard from every single deputy that took that stand, the first responders. He also said, quote, Shirley was uncooperative with all attempts to have her son interviewed. What is going on here? What exactly happened in that home? What is going on? Do you really know, beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt, what happened in that apartment, that townhouse, for that gun to be shot and the children to be injured? Mr. Terry, in opening, Shirley was very frantic. He also seems to imply in his opening, but Mr. Bass wasn't, right? Shirley is frantic on the body cams. We see her, but nobody has met Shirley before and doesn't know how she acts. Nobody has met Mr. Bass before and see how he acts. Not Mr. Evans, not the deputies. We talked in rder0, if you remember this. Do people act differently to trauma? You guys agreed, yes, you can. No two people are alike. You can be frantic, or you can be like a blank slate and in shock. It sounds like Mr. Bass and Shirley as well. So people react differently to traumatic events. And certainly being, quote, blank and quiet, the words of Mr. Evans to describe Shirley Bass describes Mr. Bass. In addition, you can consider what everyone else told you from the Sheriff's Department concerning Mr. Bass. Unlike Shirley Bass, he was cooperative with the investigation in all stages. Now, we also know that we hear Mr. Bass tells the deputies, come in, come in. You can literally see, watch the body cam, he's all sweaty. You can see the shine because he sweat from trauma. Just help my child, please. I believe Ms. Reeder just said in her closing that he never asks for help or to help his children. Absolutely false. Just help my child, please, please get the paramedics. Again, evidence from the body cams. Mr. Terry, in his opening, Mr. Bass said it was an accident. This was no accident. Did y'all notice that when Mr. Bass is first asked by the deputies, how this happened, what does he say? He says accidental discharge. That's what he says to me first. He doesn't say I did it, I shot it. He says accidental discharge. It's a period of time. Deputy Rainey steps outside. He notifies that they have found, and then the house is clear. Comes back in the house. They're frantically taking care of the children. Fire rescue is coming in. Later, when Deputy Rainey is asking more specific questions, then, and only then, does Mr. Bass says, it was me, I was cleaning the gun. Common sense dictates no one's going to be cleaning a gun in a kid's room. What is going on in that house? What happened in that house that tragic evening? We don't know. You didn't see any cleaning supplies out, did you? I submit to you, he was not in the kid's room cleaning the gun. He was protecting someone else. It just makes absolutely no sense. And evidence that you have is that we do know that there was a substantial period of time, 5 to 10 minutes between the shots and Shirley coming to ask to use Mr. Evans' phone. Why she's even doing that, I don't know, because her phone is in the townhouse where it's retrieved by one of the members and given back to her. And we know there's a gap in the calls. What did Mr. and Mrs. Bass discuss in that time period? Is Mr. Bass protecting someone? We don't know. Questions unanswered. That is when you have not proved your case beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. So based on some of those things that we have just talked about, do you believe that this case has been proved beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt? You have to look to the state for those answers. You have come away, or we submit you kind of have come away with more questions than anything else. Please keep in mind as well, we do not have to provide you, the law says, and try to explain who pulled that trigger, what happened, how the shooting took place. Remember, you need to look to the state for the evidence. We do not have to give you scenarios, explain what happened, discuss what happened. You have to say, did the state prove this beyond the exclusion of a reasonable doubt? I'll talk about the law just a little bit because we talked extensively in voir dire. Remember the presumption of innocence. You go back to that jury room. Keep in mind that it must be completely removed. We know we have a person and they're clothed in that presumption. That's our law in this country. It must be removed completely in order for you to consider a guilty verdict, in order to convict. Now, please don't be misled. There are no percentages in the jury instructions, but it's a way to kind of explain it to you. The presumption of innocence must be taken off of Mr. Bass 100%, right? Because that's the only way they can carry their burden and prove their case. If it's removed 50%, there's reasonable doubt. If it's removed 75%, there's reasonable doubt. If the state has only reviewed it,
Judge, I'm
removed
going
it
to object to this
95%.
line of argument.
Sustained. There's no specific percentage as relates to reasonable doubt. It's an abiding conviction of guilt.
And as I told you, please don't be misled. Now, what is reasonable doubt? The judge gave the definition of it. She talked in voir dire about it and told you it's basically a doubt you can attach a reason to. It comes from the evidence, a conflict, or lack of evidence. Now, like Ms. Bradley told you in opening, this was tragic. Members of the jury had to see the photographs, listen to the evidence. Tragic. That was a tragedy, what happened that evening to those children. But you cannot let sympathy affect your verdict. I know it's hard. You cannot. The judge instructed you of that. You cannot let sympathy or bias affect your verdict. You must follow the law. And the question you need to answer is, has the state removed that presumption of innocence completely? And if they have not, the verdict has to be not guilty. That's our law. Ms. Reeder and Mr. Terry have done their jobs. And because they've done their jobs and presented evidence does not mean they are able, through the evidence, to remove that presumption. That's going to be that's up to you guys. As the judge told you in the jury instructions, I believe you have the copy, you should get to go back there. The presumption of innocence must be overcome by the evidence beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. And also remember, the abiding conviction of guilt and conviction of guilt. Judge gave you the instruction, we talked about it in voir dire, you have the instruction. That part of the instruction starts off talking what reasonable doubt, which is a concept sometimes hard to define, is what we talked in voir dire about. It's not a possible or speculative doubt. I told you that. However, if after carefully, or on the other hand, I believe it says, on the other hand, after carefully considering and weighing the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt. Or if you have a conviction of guilt, but it is not stable, it wavers and vacillates. That means and shows you the charge has not been proven beyond to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt, and the law requires, it's tough in a case like this, but the law requires a not guilty verdict. That was what we were talking about. Mr. Terry, I stole from him in voir dire when he used the waver and vacillating to talk about premeditation. Same thing. You go into your closet that morning and you're trying to decide what to wear, and you can't quite decide. It's waver and vacillating, going back and forth. And if you can even have a conviction of guilt. No abiding conviction of guilt or conviction of guilt, but not wavers or vacillates. It has to be by law, not guilty. So if you go back in the jury room and you're thinking to yourself, well, he's possibly guilty, he may be guilty, he could very well be guilty, he's probably guilty, then you're having a reasonable doubt. And please keep in mind that we do not have to have proved Mr. Bass's innocence, rebutted anything that was said. I think we showed you quite a bit, and a lot of the problems and errors in this case. But at this point now, we're at Wednesday, there's just too many questions in this case to overcome that presumption of innocence. And those questions have not been answered. You cannot look at Ms. Reeder or Mr. Terry's theory. Evidence, evidence, evidence. As I said in jury selection, what does not guilty mean in our country? Well, that's exactly what it means. Not guilty means the state has not proved their case beyond the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. So with our laws, do you have to sit there and go, I'm totally convinced he didn't pull the trigger? That's when I say not guilty. No. Our law says if the state has not proven their case beyond the exclusion of a reasonable doubt and remove that presumption of innocence through evidence, not theory, then you have to, by law, return the not guilty verdict. The state has to prove who did it, prove Mr. Bass acted with premeditation or felony murder. You have the instructions with you. So I want to just talk a little bit then about the crime scene, the autopsy, and they all present holes in the state's case. Let me start off with Dr. Riley. Mr. Terry said to Dr. Riley in his direct examination, and Dr. Riley agreed. Were you there the entire time for the autopsy? Yes, I was there. I wrote the quote. I was there with Dr. McGowan the entire time. Well, no, that's false. We know that's not true. We presented that to you. I said, whoa, hold up. Again, we didn't have to do this. I go up and I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. You weren't, were you? You were in and out. You had other autopsies going on while this autopsy was taking place. That is correct. And I had other things to do as well. But yet he told you, oh yeah, I was there with him the entire time on direct. Dr. McGowan did the autopsy. Dr. McGowan did the report. Then we have the interesting issue of Dr. Riley, and I'll explain in a minute why all this is important, and then we'll talk about the other mistakes in this case. Dr. Riley testified under oath in his deposition that gunshot wounds A and B on Jayla, Ms. Jayla Bass, were slightly downward. He took an oath, he testified they were slightly downward. That's what's written in an official document, the official autopsy report. So it's in the autopsy report, he testifies under oath. That's wrong. What else could be wrong? For this autopsy, he was doing other things, doing other autopsies. It's important. So it's wrong at least twice. You heard that. And it's funny because my last thing to him was, but didn't I even ask you in your deposition when you were under oath, did you find any errors in that report? And you said no, and I think his exact words were, this is something I would say. Okay. So Mr. Terry gets back up on redirect. But does that have anything to do with the cause and manner of death? And Dr. Riley says, no, I have not changed my cause and manner of death. From the autopsy he did not conduct. Why does it matter? What the autopsy showed matters. What the autopsy didn't show matters. Stippling matters. Direction matters. Where a person is shooting a gun that he can testify or not testify to matters. His findings matter. What else is wrong? What else is incomplete? And this is the type of evidence that Mr. Terry and Ms. Reeder would claim they have carried their burden of proof with. Dr. Riley, honest with you on these points. I cannot tell you who pulled the trigger. I cannot even tell you where the shooter was. Remember Ms. Reeder? Oh, the shooter was standing right next to the bed. It's Mr. Bass, and he puts his arm over and reaches and shoots. You have no evidence of that. You heard to the contrary. Dr. Riley says, I cannot tell you where the shooter was. Who else said that? Anna Cox. I can't tell you where the shooter was. I can't tell you yet. So what is all this? Theory, not evidence. Now, this is very important when it comes to the stippling, because they're talking about there's no stippling on Jayla's wounds.
Yep.
Dr. Riley said there's no evidence based on what he sees for close range firing. And he told you that is the only thing that indeterminate range means. What else did he tell you, though? There are many variables and numerous factors that can affect the leaving of stippling. Number one, the type of firearm itself, which, by the way, he wasn't even aware of what type of firearm. Number two, the type of the firearm. So the firearm itself and how it works, and then the type, 38, 9, 57. And it depends on how much gunpowder is in the cartridge of the ammo. So these are all factors that he is telling you evidence affects whether you can see stippling or not. No further testing was done by HCSO to fire the gun and see that gun with that specific ammo where you see stippling or if you see stippling. Now, State wants to also talk about distance. This reader, I think, said something about Mr. Bass puts the gun right up to them or to their heads, something like that. I specifically asked him, are you able to give us an opinion on how far, in this case, the end of the muzzle, so where obviously you guys know about firearms, where it ejects, was to Jayla's gunshot wounds? That's your distance. In this case, I cannot tell you that. I have no opinion. Remember that? Evidence. When he's talking about, well, generally you'll see stippling under 3 feet or under 2 feet. Generally. Typically. But I need the firearm. I need the ammo. And of course he doesn't do that kind of stuff. HCSO would be responsible for actually using that firearm. So, and of course we have no evidence concerning little JJ in that field. So keep all of that with a grain of salt and remember what Dr. Riley really said. Shannon Bader and Clay Hoberman. What other errors did we have? Why is it important? Guarantee you, Mr. Terry's going to get up here. And anything I said about what about this, what about this, what about this, you have questions not answered. It's going to say, that doesn't matter. I have to prove that Jayla is dead, and we've agreed to that. Clearly, it was Jayla Bass. He's got to prove the elements of the crime. But you look at the whole big picture. How was the evidence collected from the scene? They relied very heavily on Ms. Cox's opinion. I'll get to her in just a minute. But here's something pretty critical. Shannon Bader made a mistake. She puts in her report, she puts on property receipts, and she says in her deposition under oath that projectile was taken from the bottom bunk mattress. So what would that make that look like then, right? It makes it almost look like she's telling you, or the evidence at the time, is that one of the shots or two of the shots, what have you, are on the bottom bunk as well. So that's her mistake and what her mistake led to. That's important. That's important because we know that's not the case. But yet when you look at this, wait, what is their scene saying? I think Ms. Reader said it 5 or 6 times. What is the scene telling you? What is the scene telling you?
That I couldn't convict. I don't know how the jury
Sheriff's
did,
Department
but it's whatever.
collects a med clip. Evidence marker 1. For like gauze if a person has a wrapped up arm or something like that, a little med clip.
All right.
And
Thank
they
you,
collect or
Kevin.
document
I
it. They
appreciate you
collected it or
coming in.
documented a piece of gauze on the top of the staircase. That was important enough to do. Well, what wasn't important enough? Let's go over that. Gunshot residue testing. You have the kits, you can do it, and then send it off for testing, which they told you they can do, but they did not do. Now, I believe Ms. Reader or Mr. Terry was talking to, I think, Corporal Gabot today. And he says, well, you wouldn't bother to do that on Mr. Bass because he admitted he shot the firearm. He said, well, yeah, I'm trying to bother with him. What about everybody else? Everybody else was at the scene. The medical examiner's office had some sort of question concerning, you heard about this, whether they should swab poor little Jayla's hands. So he has a bag to protect it. What did Clay Holberman say when he spoke to somebody at medical? Nah, we don't need any special processing. We're not worried about that. So there's a lot more to that picture. There's only one swab done on that entire top mattress, and that's the swab over towards the pillow that came back as little JJ. One swab is done on the entire, and I'm only speaking of top of the mattress, to determine or try to determine possible positions of the children. I asked Detective Holman, well, why wouldn't you do, look at all that blood. Why wouldn't you do some other swabs? I'm not talking about the frame, I'm not talking about the wall. I'm not talking about the staircase, where we know we have little JJ's blood. Why would you not send out some more swabs? You have
Right.
blood on the east end, in the middle, and on the west end. We can tell from the evidence Jayla is clearly somewhere near the pillow, yes. But I asked him, why did you only send swabs for the magazine, the trigger grip, the slide, and the one swab that Anna Cox wanted done on the comforter? Well, it would take too long. It takes a good 12 months to process things. I wouldn't have had it ready for trial. So that's why I didn't bother. That was his answer. I don't make this stuff up. That was his answer. What did I talk with Ms. Weinstein? I hope it is. I'm not mispronouncing that. We talked about the reports, right? 3 months. And that's 3 months from the evidence coming into FDLE, being in their evidence vault, eventually making its way to her area, being processed, filing a report, and authoring a written report. 3 months on pretty much everything she did. There was plenty of time to process this scene better, so maybe you would have your questions answered. This was mid-2022. It is 2.5 years later. The only swabs that are done on the frame, not where B is, where they saw a substance. We saw red substance on the frame all down on the east end. I'll get to the comforter in this Cox in a minute. All swabbing over there. I'm not talking about swabbing on the west end, but clearly we have the coagulation. And where little Jayla is shot. We have it on the west end. We have it in the middle. We have it on the east end. We have it on the walls in the frame. Look at that east side. Not one swab done. That would help us with movement. That would help us know. Now, Anna Cox, who does 70% of her work for prosecutor's office and police agency. She wants you to believe that every bit of blood on that comforter, because we only have the O tested, and then we have the impact spatter up on top, the one area of impact spatter, which has Jayla's DNA and a limited inclusion for little Jacob. You have the DNA results. But she's telling you that every single bit of blood in the middle of that mattress and going all the way to the east side, that's all from the comforter. You saw multiple pictures of that comforter. It's in different spots, even in the picture. Walls, frame, and mattress. We know it's moved by first responders. You see in the body cam, it's kind of next to her legs.
You would see more smears.
There's a picture with the comforter. You'll have the pictures back there, laying in the middle of the bed. Remember that? And I almost said, well, there's a U-shaped here. It was kind of spread out. And there's a whole bitch of blood right here that's not even touching this comforter. Oh, look at the whole sequence of photos, Ms. Cox says. You have the photos. Then we see a photograph of it way over on the east wall. That's the preservation of their scene. Multiple locations of one piece of evidence. And guess what? Detective Holman had absolutely no idea that first responders had moved that comforter, moving evidence in the crime scene, until I told him. I told him in deposition. He didn't know that. And he's a scene detective. We had to tell the crime scene detective in a homicide case where children are shot these things. That's a problem. That's a problem. We know that they had the issue with the label of the B. They thought B went through the wall and was B1 and B2. That's a simple mistake. They moved the bunk bed away and they could tell that B is not related to B1 and B2. Right? Yet Anna Cox sounded very sure of herself. In fact, I think this reader used the term, she taught you. If you'll happen to notice as well, she appeared to be the only witness in this case who continued talking after the question had been answered. Everybody else answered the question as they should. But here's what's critical. Jayla's head and Jermaine's head and possibly his hand was at the northwest corner. Why? Why are you so convinced of that? Because of that one area, P, the impact spatter. That's why she's convinced. He said, well, all gunshot wounds aren't going to leave impact spatter. Oh, yes, they would have. Generally, you're going to leave the common sense at the door. You don't have to leave it at the door. She was even aware that PD impact spatter spot was a limited, little Jermaine was included in a limited capacity, and you have the stipulation on that. So then I said to her, well, look, all right, she's processing a scene which had been not done 100% correctly by HDSO, some mistakes are made. You can't give us the exact position of Jayla and little JJ's head, correct? Oh, yes, I can. It was in the northwest corner. I'm like, okay. And she said it again and again. I said, hold up. That's not what you told me in deposition under oath just December of last year. That's not what she said. I had to show her her own words. She said, proximity of the northwest corner, I cannot give you the exact position, just somewhere in the proximity of the northwest corner. So she said in December, under oath, she comes in, teaches you, shows you her PowerPoint. Oh, no, yeah, no, their heads are definitely there. You can consider that. And of course, none of this that we're even talking about so far about the crime scene and the autopsy is only in full term. So you can consider all of that. Talking about Ms. Cox, don't you think if the sheriff's department had seen biological material, that somebody would have mentioned it, somebody would have put it in a report, somebody would have had that tested? She looks at some pictures, photos only, and says, oh, that's biological material there. Well, do we know? Is there DNA done? Do we have any idea? Just a picture. Well, no, that's what it looks like to me in my experience. It was also interesting because she said something about drips of blood by the couch. I guess away from the couch, because you know Mr. Bass is sitting there cradling his son. The officers all told you. There's blood coming down. Said something about some drops. That's not documented by Beta or Holbrook. The green scale marker on the ground there shows what you decide. It looks like a little footprint. We know that's the area in which Mr. Bass brings his son down and sits down on the couch. You didn't hear about little droplets on the floor from the sheriff's department. And you know what? I guess even if they were there, like she said, that's understandable through the evidence. We know for a fact Mr. Bass brought his child down. Just like the blood that's down the staircase and all that, all understandable, all explainable, and she told you that. Why wasn't anything done at all with the swabs taken for the gunshot residue? The comforter, wherever it is, it's more towards the left, could have been right under where that gun was, when the gun's being fired. In fact, I think this reader says kind of that it's lifting over, going right on top of it to show us positions. But why wasn't anything done then at all? Well, we don't know. They took swabs for gunshot residue. They did infrared light. Did nothing.
But no gunshot residue on any of the people.
Or Corporal Gabo. Further testing could have been done. FTLE results. Item 7, the magazine. And item 8, the grip and the trigger. Have the son's DNA. Now, been working with Mr. Turi a long time. I can kind of predict what he's going to say. Keep in mind again what I would say when he gets up here. But I presume he's going to claim, oh, it's just some sort of transfer. The fact that DNA, the biological profile of that little boy, is on the actual grip, trigger, and magazine of that gun. What happened in that house? Transfer in all those spots, Mr. Jerry? All of them are just transfer? Well, with those statistics, no.
And it would be little.
I even asked Ms. Weinstein what the actual statistic was for little JJ's DNA on the grip, trigger, and the magazine. Because she capped it at 700 billion, which understandable, it's greater than 700 billion. They don't bother reporting in their report, they put it in their notes, what the actual statistic is. So I asked her, what is the actual statistic for the trigger for the son's DNA? Way more than 700 billion, 640 quintillion. I had to ask her how many zeros that was. Can't remember if she said 20 or 30. You guys rely on your own memory. With those statistics, we ain't looking at transfer, folks. What happened that night in that house? The magazine, 310 trillion. Not with those statistics. Ms. Weinstein did tell you that they usually typically say, I expect the donor to be there. She flat out told you I would expect Mr. Bass's DNA to be on that gun. He would be an expected profile. And he was. It's his gun. So the state wants to focus you on that. Well, his DNA is on the gun. That means he committed this crime. Absolutely not. What did FDLE also say about the magazine? Mr. Terry, when he was questioning Ms. Weinstein, said, so Shirley's DNA is not even on the magazine, right? I objected. On cross, I asked, no, I can't include or exclude her. I'm not saying her DNA wasn't there. On the magazine, Shirley cannot be included as being a donor or excluded as being a source of the DNA on the magazine. And the FDLE analyst cannot tell you anyone did not touch that gun that evening. But what else is important that she told you? There are actually ways to do statistics. We heard the statistics, 1 in
Right.
600 trillion.
Right,
1 in
zombie.
700
That,
billion,
yeah.
to be
You're
somewhat unrelated.
absolutely
So wait a
right.
minute. We keep saying unrelated when we know this is a biological family. Are there statistics that can be done when it involves related persons? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there can be a way to do the statistics when we have related people involved. But we didn't do it in this case. FDLE's not doing that. Everyone's related. Why didn't they do it? We don't know what the statistics may have been. On the magazine, we had little Jayla included when running the program in StarMix. She uses StarMix, she puts the profile in, it helps her sort out the contributors. She ran it as a 2-person mixture. And Jayla at that point was included, 25,000. That's a much lower statistic. But she told you, and I had to ask her this, wait a minute, couldn't you have chosen to run item 7, the profile on the magazine, as a 3-person mixture in StarMix? And I showed her, we talked about her correspondence. She questioned whether she should have done that. She ran it. She chose to run it in the StarMix program as a 2-person mixture. That is her subjective doing. I'm running it as a 2-person mixture, and now in the end, we only have JJ and Mr. Bass. So we talked about her correspondence with her supervisor, and she said, yeah, we did discuss this, and I made the decision I'm going to keep it as a 2-person mixture. Ms. Michelin was our last witness. The gun that ejected the casings was that gun located in the master bedroom. And according to Ms. Michelin, to pull the trigger on that gun is like opening a soda cap with a little metal clip. Now, Ms. Reeder, in her closing, is like, well, you have to do this, and you have to do this, and you have to load the gun, and you have to rack the slide, and you have to do all this. There's no way a child could have done all that. I'm presuming that's what they're saying. All 3 safety mechanisms on that gun are joint. That's what you heard. So when you pull that trigger, the 3 safety mechanisms on that gun in different areas disengage. The only thing you have to do is you pull that little thing that's in front of the trigger, but right by each other, and you pull it. You don't have to keep racking the slide. You just pull it back, like popping a can of soda. And remember, we don't have to show you scenarios. We don't have to say, we believe this is what happened, or we believe this isn't what happened. You have to look to the state and say, did you prove that Mr. Bass pulled that trigger and did it with premeditation or felony murder? Because we could probably sit here all day and talk about scenarios. We're not going to do that. It is very strange what's in that kid's room. A baby little bassinet right in front of the bunk bed with, I guess she called it a clip to the magazine, is in that baby bassinet. What was going on in that room?
Mm-hmm.
No processing was done on it at all to see whose DNA, whose fingerprints might have left that right there. There's a purse in the kid's closet. I didn't make up the word purse. It is documented as a purse. A purse is in the kid's closet, a magazine, a holster, and .380 ammo.
Mm-hmm.
The same type of, I believe, with the shots.
What's it all doing in the kid's bedroom?
The same type of ammo. There's a full box in there that could have been used in that gun. The purse is not collected. Well, I find this little clip being important, so let's make sure, we take care of that, or we do this with gauze, but let's not collect the purse, test it for DNA, ask people about whose purse it is, test it for prints to determine whose purse that is, and how in the world did it get in those poor child's closets?
Yep.
We don't know. And it's tragic. We don't know. The witness, I can't remember who I was talking to about it, must have been Bader or Holberman. Yes, it was extremely odd to see this. So we have the sheriff's department documenting tons of stuff in the master bedroom, right? The gun, absolutely. The wallet, yes. But they're collecting all sorts of stuff out of that master bedroom, right? None of it had anything to do with this case. So that's important enough to do for them. I asked Corporal straight out, can you shoot 9mm? Because that's what most of it was, 9mm. And then there were some bigger ones in a .380. No, you cannot. Had absolutely nothing to do with this. But let's focus on that. Let's not focus on why in the world those items were in the children's room and why was the purse in the closet, where it's even a little tough to see when you look at the picture. And you have the pictures, and I had to ask, I believe it was Detective Holden about that. The only .380 items, which is what goes in this gun, were in that purse in the kid's room. That ammo box in the purse, the holster, the clip.
Mm-hmm.
Did you swap it? Did you print it? Why is it in the kid's room? Who does it belong to see who touched those items? No, didn't do that. We were more concerned about all this non-related stuff in the master bedroom. Jennifer Michelon told you that they could have done a trigger pull to give you the exact trigger pull for that firearm, because all firearms are specific and different, and you gotta look at that firearm. Just like Dr. Riley told you, everything with stippling depends on all these variables. We do not have any evidence of that firearm, that specific ammo being tested to see any stippling pattern. Nothing. We have no evidence to know.
Mm-hmm.
But she told you it, and she was honest with you in all her testimony. We could have done it. It wasn't done. She was the one that talked to you about how all the 3 safety mechanisms disengage. And then you have the little safety thing in front, it's like right in front of the trigger. All you gotta do is pull the trigger. There's no testimony that you heard or any evidence you heard about whether that gun was loaded or not and whether there was one in the chamber. So if you're sitting here, like Ms. Reader says, you have to take it out. You gotta put the magazine in. You gotta rack the chamber, get it loaded. You heard no evidence of any of that. We don't know where that gun came from, how it got into the kid's room, who shot it, who was Mr. Bass.
Was it loaded? Was
don't
the
have any
safety
evidence.
on? We don't know any of that
None.
shit.
None. But we can't sit back there and assume, oh, well, children wouldn't have been able to do that because you gotta do this and you gotta do this. No,
Kids can do some shit that you wouldn't believe that they can do.
the lead detective in this case did not even know there was a box of .380 ammo in that kid's room. He found out during trial. Somebody told him, and that's fine. There's no problem. Somebody told him that. He didn't even know. He had no idea. He also testified, Corporal DeVoe, under oath in his search warrant, under oath in his depot, and made another mistake concerning the timing on the video. And he talked to you about that. And he admitted all that he had made a mistake, and his testimony under oath was not accurate. But Ms. Michelin told you, it is like opening a can of soda. An adult can fire that firearm, a child can fire that firearm. And it's so funny, Ms. Reader made a big deal in her closing about how Jennifer Michelin used both hands to hold that gun. She's a firearms expert.
It is kind of pointy,
woman.
isn't it?
She has to be safe too when she's at the sheriff's department. That's not what we're talking about here. Of course she's going to be safe and hold it too. She didn't tell you, oh, I had to because of the way it was recoiling. Nope, none of that. Her testimony was what you heard, a can of soda. These aren't mere possibilities. This isn't speculation. This is their evidence. This is their evidence that they want you to remove the presumption of innocence with, and they have not. Do you know what happened that evening? A lot of details we don't know. Many details we don't know. So, when the state has not, through no fault of Ms. Reader and Mr. Terry, that is the evidence, have not proven this case beyond and to the exclusion of reasonable doubt. I know it's hard. This was tragic. But the law requires a not guilty verdict, and that's what not guilty means. The state just hasn't proven to me beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. There's too many questions and too many things we clearly do not know. So when the state has not proven their case beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt, you mark not guilty. Remember, that's what not guilty means. You don't have to be sitting here going, oh no, I'm positive he didn't do it, and that's what not guilty means. No, the state has not proven their case. Not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Charles will know Mr. Cherry's going to get an opportunity to come back and talk to you. Please give him the attention you've given me as well. Remember what he says and what I might say in rebuttal to that. You got to ask yourself, did they prove to you that you know what happened in that house that tried to kill you? And every single thing that happened. And on behalf of Ms. Bradley, and most importantly, Mr. Jermaine Bass, we want to thank you for being with us last Friday and all of this week. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Terry?
Yes, Your Honor. You know, it's interesting to sit there and listen to all that and realize she's someone's doing her job. She's trying to find anything she can pick apart in the same case, of course. She went through each witness and tried to find anything that they did wrong, any little tiny mistake. She spent a lot of time talking about
Has
Shirley
nothing to
Bass,
do with
and she ignored.
it has nothing to do with picking apart the witnesses or picking apart the evidence. The evidence didn't prove your case, dude. Like, I don't know how the jury got guilty. I really don't.
Ignored the strongest and the most important piece of evidence in this entire case. The words of her own client. The words of her own client. The first words that came out of his mouth when the deputies come in there to this horrific scene.
He said it was an accidental discharge. He never said I. Lord have mercy.
She completely ignored that, ladies and gentlemen. She completely.
That was till later.
And in fact, I guess because she's ignoring it so hard, she didn't even get right what he said. He never said he was cleaning the gun. He said he was removing the magazine. That's how much she's ignored it. Is that she?
That's exactly what he said. He said it accidentally discharged. I was removing the magazine. He's correct.
Didn't even get the words he said right. Listen to the tape. Listen to what he says. I was trying to take out the magazine and it went off. I wrote down the quote exactly. I never said anything about cleaning the gun. But she's not listening to those words because she doesn't want you to listen to those words.
Objection, Your Honor, improper argument.
Sustained.
Those words are the strongest and most compelling piece of evidence in this entire case.
Whatever.
She wants to tell you, well, that doesn't tell you who shot that gun. You know who tells you who shot that gun? He tells you who shot
It
that gun.
doesn't. He may have shot it once, but it doesn't say that he shot it like 5 times, dude.
Jermaine Bass tells you who shot that gun. He said, I did it. And those deputies and those detectives began an investigation believing that man said it was an accident. So they want to look and see what's going on. And then it comes to like, this couldn't possibly be an accident with 5 shots. But he admitted it was him. And one of the last things Mr. Schlemmer said, something to the effect of, who is he protecting? Well, where's there any evidence he's protecting anybody? Oh, I can tell you who he's protecting. He's protecting himself.
He should have been protecting them babies. But that's besides the point.
Those words, that lie, was protecting himself. He's caught. Hand in the cookie jar. Children shot. He's in the house. Murder weapons in his drawer. He's holding the baby. What does he say? It was an accident. That's the first lie he could come up with, right? You couldn't blame Shirley. We don't even know Shirley was outside. He said Shirley was in her room. Shirley wasn't in that room, for sure. And why would he protect Shirley? Why would he protect Shirley Bass if she shot her children? He wouldn't do that. You know, earlier in the night, he was over there confronting her about whether she'd been drinking. Did you protect her? That common sense says to you, ladies and gentlemen, that is not going to happen. No. He came up, he knew he was caught, he came up with the first lie he could think of. It was an accidental discharge. And they're like, wow, for both of them? Yeah. I was like taking out my magazine and it went off. But she wants you to ignore that. She barely even talked about it.
Objection, Your Honor, improper argument and shifting the burden.
He didn't. Yeah, don't.
Improper argument sustained.
Stop
That is
shifting burden.
the
Come
strongest
on.
piece of evidence in this case. You can rely on that evidence and that evidence.
Yeah, you got to stop shifting the burden. You state attorneys, you love to do that when the evidence ain't on your side, and you know the evidence ain't on your side. But hey, you were lucky with this jury. You were definitely lucky. They seen it your way.
That's an admission, ladies and gentlemen. He admitted to those deputies that he fired that weapon. And with a ridiculous excuse, but he admitted it. But he admitted it, leaving just enough truthful nuggets in it because he couldn't quite figure out the right way to lie. So that's what he says. Accidental discharge. Okay, that's the first thing he says. I was trying to take out the magazine and it went off, right? They was both in bed. He said that. They was both in bed. No one told him where they were or what was going on or where they'd been shot. That's actually true. They were both in bed. How did he know that? How did he know they were both in bed? Oh, because he's the one who pulled the trigger. They was both in.
They could have been, both in bed because that's where he sent them, not knowing that this was going on. Stop that.
Bed. Physical evidence shows they were both shot in that bed. I was in their room. Now he even puts the room where they were shot. He's got the bed, the room. That's all true. So he's mixed in his lie with a little truth.
It's true. You're zombie, you're right.
I was in their room. They was both in bed. Where was Shirley? She was in her room.
That's true. That's true. That's definitely
Again,
true.
Those are his words, not my words. Not words by the Corporal DeBow. Not words from Anna Cox. Not words from Jennifer Michael. Not words from any of those people. Those are the words of the defendant, the man right there. So every time Mr. Lemmer says, well, that doesn't tell you who shot the gun. Well, I'll tell you who told you who shot the gun. He did.
But the evidence doesn't, and they should have done a thorough investigation, sir. Because people...
Mr. Lemmer said, that's not true. Another thing, and again, you need to rely on your own memory of the evidence. You need to rely on the evidence that you take back there with you. But she pulled that picture out to show the drawer open and the gun being... Watch the video camera, the body worn camera with David Jones when he goes in to clear that room. That drawer where that gun is found is almost completely closed. Maybe open about.
Oh, wow. It's still open, sir. And when they took pictures, he says that is exactly how they found it.
This much. It is clear that they opened it more to put the markers on there. So yes, in fact, the defendant did take that gun after his two children were shot in the head, and rather than lend aid or render aid to them, he took that gun and he walked through the house.
There's no evidence of that.
Out in their beds.
There's no evidence of that. There's no evidence. Stop saying stuff that there's no evidence of. Stop doing that, sir.
To do that, remove the magazine. Oh, again, a little nugget of truth thrown in there with that lie. I was taking out the magazine. Yeah, you did take out the magazine. Why, when your children have just been shot in the head, are you taking the time to walk down the hallway, go into your bedroom, pull out the magazine, place the gun down in there with the magazine, and close the drawer?
It's not a far walk, sir. How do you know he was just walking? You're crazy. People don't act the same in tragic situations.
But producing enough nuggets of truth that his statements actually had some truth in it. And the only person, the shooter, would know what those statements were. Where they were shot is huge. We only know that from Anna Cox because Anna Cox, who's the bloodstain expert who you heard from, was able to tell you that based on the bloodstain pattern, there was only one place these two children were shot, and that was in that bed, in that little corner up there. They were both shot in the head.
She doesn't have first-hand knowledge. She's looking from pictures and all that other stuff. Like, I don't know how you can have an expert like that and not have them like go to the scene and see what actually was going on. And how they didn't check all the swabs. That's crazy.
Up in that northwest corner of the bed. And he knew that. They was in bed. He knew that scene. He knew where they were. I mean, that's as close to a confession as you're going to get, ladies and gentlemen. He's actually giving you details about the crime. The location. Specific enough to where they were in the bed.
Dude. Because he probably thought they were going to bed. He probably sent them to bed. You don't know that. Lord have mercy. See that? What I like about her is she kept to the facts. You're telling this whole little story, which is crazy to me that the fucking jury bought that shit.
The shooter would know that. The person who pulled the trigger would know that. That is the strongest and most compelling evidence in this case.
And to be honest, they based their investigation on what he said rather than following the evidence, period.
And to ignore that, because the medical examiner wrote upward trajectory instead of downward trajectory, or the vice versa, would be an injustice.
Well, it matters. It matters. It matters. It matters.
Don't lose sight of the forest through the trees. Don't ignore the strongest and most compelling evidence of this case. Because the crime scene investigator wrote bottom bunk instead of top bunk. She made a mistake.
Okay, you're saying his words, right? Which shouldn't have been admissible in the first place because it was read. They were said way before Miranda rights were even read, sir.
So not only do his words follow along with the evidence perfectly.
It doesn't follow the evidence, though. It doesn't, because they stopped investigating.
Other than the accident. That's the part he didn't want to admit. He didn't want to admit his intent. That was an accident.
Object, Your Honor, comment on silence.
Overruled.
So instead of saying his intent, which was to kill those kids, it came out as, oh, it's an accident. But on top of that, the physical evidence also corresponds with that. The location, just where he said they were. Where they were shot, just where he said they were. His DNA is on the gun. He knew where that gun was. They'd be like, where's the gun? Where's the gun? It's on the dresser. Well, it's in the dresser. He knew.
Well, yeah, when you take it away and you're trying to, put it up, disarm it, whatever, of course you know where it is. If you're the one that handled it last. He is not disputing that. In his statement, he doesn't dispute that. But what occurred before that, we don't know. And we do not know if he wasn't covering for somebody else. We don't know that. Because you guys didn't take gunshot residue tests on anybody's hands in the house. You didn't detain the mother like you did the father. Why? Because she ran out and called 911 while he stayed with his kids? What are you talking about, dude?
How did he know? Because he put it in there. Who knows that?
And yes, if anybody's curious, I yell at defense attorneys like this when I don't believe their case too.
The man with a guilty conscience. The man who's trying to hide away the murder weapon. That's who does that. This has been an accident. If someone else had done it, do you think he would take the time or bother to go and put the gun away? No, of course not.
You can't tell what a person will do in a traumatic experience, sir. We act in a depraved mind. We don't know what the fuck's going on. Sometimes we go into shock and not realize what the fuck we're doing. You do not know how another person will react in a tragic event. You don't. But I love that you guys like to speculate that shit and put it in your closing. Why not just talk about the facts and how it points that he's guilty? Quit putting all this spin on it. Okay?
And it's no coincidence that gun was next to his wallet, because that's his gun. And you stuck it down in there. The shots were from off the bed. That's clear. If the shots to Jayla were from a person on the bed, meaning JJ, there would have been stippling rates.
You don't know that. Kay, how come your other prosecutor said there was stippling? Now, was there stippling or wasn't there stippling? Can you answer me that, sir? Because your other prosecutor in her closing said there was stippling. How do you know that, sir? You don't know if he was standing on top of the ladder. You don't know anything. Nobody knows anything. Nobody knows where the shooter was when this occurred. Nobody.
There's no way that he would not have been shot within 12 inches. She would not have been shot within 12 inches. And there would have been some evidence of a close range fire if JJ had fired that gun.
That's not true. You don't know if he was on the ladder. You don't know where he was. You don't know if he was clear on the other side of the bed, on the other end. That's 5 feet. Or more than 3 feet. You damn right. And if they're going downward, I mean, in downward, that could very well be the case. You don't know if he's standing on top of the bed. You don't know anything.
There would have been evidence of a close range fire. That gun was fired from off the bed, at least 2 feet away.
Sir. Who's to say he was on the bed? That's all I'm saying.
Who could have done that? Not JJ.
Yes, JJ.
Oh, I know who could have done it. The man who admitted it.
The mom. The dad. All 3 of them.
Ms. Schlemmer says, she knows me. She knows I'm going to talk about transfer. Of course I'm going to talk about transfer DNA. And yes, that is a very heavy statistic. So I have no doubt that JJ touched that gun, or that some fluids from JJ in some manner.
Here we go. Dude, usually transfer DNA, it's not a lot. Transfer DNA is not a lot, sir. There was tons of DNA on that shit. Okay? Bodily, if it was blood, and then dad touched it too, the blood would have took the dad's DNA completely away. Give me a break, dude.
Or another transferred from the hands of that man onto that trigger and grip. And remember, when she says trigger grip, she swabs the entire grip where you hold the gun as well as the trigger. So it could have come from the trigger, or the grip, it could have come from the trigger, or the trigger could come from anywhere. But yes, those transfer DNA. Now, possibly, and as we know, one of these shots goes awry. 5 shots were fired, 4 hit their target, 1 went awry. It went into the wall and into the bathroom. How could that maybe have happened? Maybe JJ, in an attempt to save his life, grabs the gun and pushes it away from his head, from the villain. And the gun goes up and shoots.
How do you know that JJ? What are you talking about? Where was the evidence in that? Where was the evidence that JJ put his hand up and tried to get the gun away? Where's that evidence? Just because he was shot in his freaking, or who knows if he was shot in the finger? We don't know that. There was no testimony about him being shot in the finger. We don't know if it was a gun bite. We don't even know. Sir, we don't know if he was dumb enough to freaking put his finger over the damn hole. Okay? You don't know how it happened. Quit trying to put a spin on it that's not in evidence.
Shoots away from him. Maybe JJ did grab that gun. Maybe it was transfer DNA. But there's no evidence that JJ would have shot this gun. He's an 8-year-old boy. No evidence he had any animosity.
Okay, well, 8-year-old boys do 8-year-old things. And some of them act out. Some of them do crazy things. Some of them may think a real gun is a fake gun, is a toy gun. There is a lot of kids. More than we'd like to think, that have done some crazy things. And it's not impossible. I hate to say that about a kid.
Those shots were targeted, but also remember, he shot himself. Are we to suggest that he shot his sister 3 times?
I don't think he shot himself. I do not think that boy shot himself. I don't. I think exactly at the end of that whole scenario, the dad was trying to clean the fucking the magazine out of the goddamn gun, and he accidentally shot his kid. I believe that. I believe that part he's guilty of. And it was an accidental discharge. I believe that part. But I don't believe your story, though. I don't know who shot the gun when it comes to the daughter. I don't know if it was the mom. I don't know if it was the dad. I don't know if it was the boy. Nobody fucking knows.
So he shot him to the wall and then shot himself in the head. Oh, and hit his hand at the same time? He didn't shoot that.
Nobody knows that his hand was shot. Nobody said that. Where's the doctor to say, where was the doctor that said that he got shot in the hand? Nobody knows that, sir. All we know is he had a hand injury that I just barely learned about. Only from his sister or his niece or his whatever, the cousin. His cousin. That's all I know. We don't know. You didn't have no medical doctor come in and say that he was shot in the hand, shot in the finger anyways. Because half his finger is gone. We don't know if he got us stuck in the slide. We don't know. I don't like all this extra oompla on it. I like the defense attorney kept to the facts. She didn't add no extra speculation and because this is what it is. It's speculation. You're assuming that something happened, although the evidence didn't take us there. You know the evidence didn't take us there. That's why you're not sticking to the facts.
That gun? That's silly. It's silly to believe that he would shoot his sister and shoot himself. And that just makes no sense.
I don't think they ever said that. I don't think anybody said that he shot himself. I do not remember his attorney even say that JJ didn't shoot that gun. I mean, Jermaine didn't shoot that gun. I don't remember her saying not one time that he didn't shoot the gun. All she said was he's not guilty. He's not guilty because your evidence doesn't back up the claim.
That's, ladies and gentlemen, no sense. Yes, his DNA was on there, but it's easily explained. You know his DNA is not on there? The person Ms. Schlemmer's talked about the most in the first half of her closing, Shirley Bass.
Sir, she could not be included or excluded out of that. But I guess you don't want to realize that. And she didn't run no tests on DNA. I mean, on whether they were related, not related, DNA, all that great stuff. She didn't do all that stuff, sir.
She is excluded from the difference. Excluded. She did not hold that gun there.
She was not included and not excluded, sir. But you want to say excluded. Okay, cool.
If she had held that gun and fired those shots, you better believe some of her DNA would be on that gun.
Not if the dad and the son held it afterwards.
She did not have that gun. There's zero physical evidence whatsoever that suggests Shirley Bass did this. You know, and I know that you all may be sitting here wondering, well, we didn't get to hear from Shirley. I wonder what she said. Well, I'm going to tell you something right now. You did hear from Shirley. All of you did. You heard from her in that 911 call. And I urge you very hard to listen to that call. Listen to it, compare it with the video we have of her outside the Quan Evans apartment. Listen to how her voice changes, timeline, and everything. Because I'm going to suggest to you what happens. And you watch this and you will see that this is in fact what happens. And listen to the audio carefully, and you will hear this. First of all, notice that when she is outside, the very first time she's outside, and you need to watch the video very closely, and it's hard to see sometimes. But if you watch it enough times, you will know where the door is to the Bass household. You will see her come out, and she comes out at 21:15, which is 10:21. So she comes out a while before she ends up at the Quan Evans house. And watch her out there. You'll see her in the parking lot, and she's kind of walking like this, and then she'll walk, and then she kind of walks another way, and then you'll see her walking this way before she ever comes to the area where the Quan Evans is. She's out of that house for a while.
Well, 5 to 10 minutes, yeah.
So what does she say when she's on that phone call? You hear her. She's frantic. She's terrified. She can't believe what's going on. She knows there were gunshots in her house. She says, someone shot my whole family. She's petrified. She doesn't know what's going on. She knows there were gunshots. And then she says, I don't know what happened in this house. She doesn't know. She didn't see it. She tells you right there, I don't know what happened in this house. She knows there were gunshots in her house. And she's scared for the safety of her family. But she says, I don't know what happened in this house, but she is scared. You can hear that in her voice. But she's not super confrontational, right? You can just hear she's like scared, and she's not making a lot of sense.
Sir, you can't say how she was. They just got to listen to the phone call. They just got to listen for themselves. Quit putting your little speculation on there. Like, no wonder, man.
Sense when she talks, but then watch on the video. She has that phone for about 2 minutes and 20 seconds, 2 minutes, 4 seconds, and you'll see she starts walking back into the parking lot, and she heads back to the house. And look at the house. You'll see the door open. And that's when she first screams in really loud, clearly not at the 911 operator, as they would have to do. She's clearly speaking to someone out there, and she says, what the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? You know who she's talking to? She's talking to that man right there.
How do you know? How do you know she's not talking to the 911 operator? How do you know that, sir? How do you even know this?
What the fuck is wrong with him? Because she knows he did something. She knows he had that gun, and she knows he did something. But she doesn't seem to really know what yet at this point, because you don't see her say anything, and then she calls him, you fucking asshole. And apologize for my language, but I'm trying to quote to you exactly what was said on that day, on that phone call, which I urge you to listen to. But it's at the 2-minute and 40-second mark. Her voice, her inflection, everything changes, because at that moment, she is now seeing Jermaine Bass, and she's seeing him holding her boy. She says, that man was playing with his freaking gun. I don't know what the fuck happened. Again, I don't know what the fuck happened.
He was playing with this freaking gun. That doesn't say that it was him. It does not say that it was the dad. And all she keeps saying is, my son, my son, my son. When the cops pulled up, my son, my son, my son. And she even told the 911 operator, my son was running.
She doesn't know. All she knows is that her husband, of all people, had a gun, and suddenly gunshots are going off, and he walks out with his son in his arms. And that's when there's a realization, because you'll hear that now suddenly she starts to get some more specific. My babies, my kid been shot. She doesn't say my kids, she said my kid. Singular. At this point in time, she probably doesn't even know Jay was shot up there. But now she's seen JJ. Bring the ambulance.
How did she see JJ? She stayed outside the whole time. She was outside. Where are you getting this at? She never went back in the house. Why was there blood on the door? If she's the only one that left, I got questions.
My son is bleeding. My son. Again, she doesn't say Jayla. Why? Because at this point in time, she was outside and she sees her husband come out and he's got the boy. She doesn't even know what's going on with the girl.
He wasn't outside. He never went outside. The cops came inside. So what are you talking about? She didn't say her son's bleeding. Never heard that.
She doesn't realize that her daughter is dying upstairs. This is Shirley's testimony, ladies and gentlemen. Unfiltered, raw, emotional, at the time, the most trustworthy statement you could possibly get from an individual when they're in the.
How do you know? That is bullshit. That's a lie right there. Quit. People say the dumbest shit during a tragic event. They can say shit that's far out of the fucking sky is purple and the man in the moon is talking to them because you don't know how, where, when, why they think in a tragic event. Okay, let me stop. I gotta stop.
Experience at the moment going through it. And what is she telling you? She doesn't know what's going on, but she knows something bad is happening in her house, which means she's not there. She has nothing to do with it. She's not involved with
it. Zombie.
The phone disconnects. You hear her come back in. If you listen, you can tell there's an echo. She's inside that house at that point. She yells at him, "Leave him alone, don't touch him." She says, "I swear to God, if my son died," and you can hear all this on that phone call. And yes, she's very rude to the 911 operator, but remember, she's now realizing that her son is shot in the head. She doesn't know what's going on. She doesn't understand it, but she knows that that man right there, Jermaine Bass, has something to do with it. That man playing with his freaking gun. You know, Ms. Schlemmer wants to talk about how uncooperative Ms. Bass was. Well, what did the detective tell you? On the day this happened, while her daughter is lying there dead, and her son is in a coma in the hospital, she spends an hour talking to him about this. Think about this, ladies and gentlemen. This woman, whole world has just exploded.
Mm-hmm.
Everything has exploded. The husband, the man she's in love with, is now being investigated or believed to have shot and killed her daughter, and her son, who could potentially die, is there in the hospital. Her mind is reeling. And Ms. Schlemmer wants to sit here and talk about her cooperation. She spent an hour. Detective or Corporal Gaveltoverdict told you she spent an hour talking to me. And he went back the next day and talked to her for even longer. And Ms. Schlemmer wants to call her uncooperative. You know what uncooperative is? Is lying to police. Who do we know did that? Mr.
How do you know he lied? How do you know he lied?
Bass. She wants to get here and tell you, well, he was cooperative that whole time. No, he wasn't. How is lying to police cooperative? You heard Corporal Gavel. We based our investigation on what he said happened. They weren't looking for a whodunit or who's the other person that might have done this.
He didn't do a full investigation because he admitted to it. And there's a lot of people that will take the blame for somebody else. Jesus.
He told them I did it. But it was an accident. So that's how they're basing their investigation. So again, remember, we talked to you earlier, we don't have to prove motive, okay? And I think you all understood that, and we went through that in some great detail.
They used to back in the day.
You're going to get some evidence that something was not right. And I think you heard it. You heard it from China. China Gadsden got up here. And she told you that she was being aggressively tailgated as she left Ruth's Chris. And that's why we presented all that evidence to you to show
She did not
to corroborate what China said to you.
She said that yes, he ran around her and stuff like that and asked her if she had been drinking. She didn't say he was angry. She didn't say she was angry. None of what you said in your opening came out from China?
Because we know that that man left those kids alone, got in his Nissan Titan truck.
How do you know the kids were alone? Where's the evidence of that? There is no evidence that he left those kids home alone. None. Zero. Zilch. Nada. It's just your speculation. I don't like that.
We see him pulling out from the residence. We see him driving down Fletcher towards the interstate. We have his phone records that show his phone going all the way down to West Shore, where he's there for a couple of hours. Not sure what he's doing there, but he's there, waiting until Shirley leaves, at which point he aggressively tailgates her. China's, what is this guy doing? She doesn't know it's him. The only evidence of anyone being,
You know, he was probably waiting because he tried calling her a million times and she didn't answer the phone. How about that?
aggressive, acting abnormal that night, is that man seated right over there.
You don't know that. You do not know that. That's not what came out of China's testimony, sir. Jesus, Louise.
Not Shirley. How was Shirley? Shirley's fine. She's just normal. She's happy. It was her sister's birthday. And we're all out at dinner. The only person with any sort of aggression that night was that man seated right over there. And we proved to you, ladies and gentlemen, that. And we don't have to prove to you motive, but something was not right. He was clearly upset with Shirley for some reason. You don't follow your spouse to a dinner, wait outside, and then aggressively tailgate your spouse. Your spouse is leaving the dinner, and then get up in front and stop.
Some do. There are some men that do. Some people can be aggressive, sir.
From driving anywhere, and then go up and accuse them of drinking. You don't do that unless there's something.
No. Not if she was supposed to be home. There, people do some crazy stuff that you wouldn't think is normal, but it's normal to them. You don't know their dynamic. You didn't hear anything about their marriage being in shambles. We didn't hear nothing like that. Nothing. But you're going to tell this jury that that's what was going on, right? Okay, cool.
Very, very wrong. Jermaine Bass took that anger home and
Whatever.
unleashed it on his children.
That's what you want to
Whether
do.
to punish Shirley Bass or for whatever reason, we don't know, but he took that anger out and he put it into his children.
That's...
Again, zero physical evidence to suggest Shirley Bass had anything to do with this. In fact, everything seems to indicate the opposite. You see her behavior, you see her franticness after this happens. You hear that 911 call. I'm telling you right now, listen to that 911 call. That is raw, that is pure, that is when a person is experiencing the moment. And you can tell she doesn't know what's going on. She is frantic and scared. But the few moments that she says anything that you can tell that she knows something happened, is she is accusing that man right there. What the fuck is wrong with you?
How do you know that, sir?
Shirley was the one trying to attempt to get help for her kids. We know Mr. Bass had his phone with him because he made a phone call. While Shirley's out there going, get that ambulance here, send an ambulance. Is Mr. Bass calling 911? And Ms. Leonard says, well, Shirley was doing that. How does he know what Shirley's doing? She was out there. She was outside. She was outside trying to find a man to help her. Someone who could give her a phone so she could call 911. It was likely that she was too terrified to go back in the house, not knowing what's in there. So she finds a man who helps her, gives her a phone and calls 911. And what is he doing with his phone? He's calling his mom. He's not calling for help for his children who've just been shot. Is that what a father does?
Objection, Your Honor, improper argument.
Sustained.
You don't know what
This
a
was an
father will
accident.
do, dude.
The first thing you want to do is call and get some help. Certainly not put your gun away neatly and close the drawer and call mom.
He didn't put the gun away neatly. It was sticking out of the drawer. You guys say that the drawer was shut. It was open. It was not neatly put. It was shoved to the side. The fucking magazine was on top.
There were 4 people in that house. Jayla's gone.
And no one was tested for gunshot residue. That's the end. Thank you. Have a good night.
JJ, Shirley, and Jermaine are here. And I've shown you, I believe, and proved to you that Shirley could not have done this. She is excluded from the DNA on that gun. She never touched that gun. At least not the grip or the trigger. Physical evidence does not connect Shirley in any way to this case. Her behavior afterwards is typical of a person who's just gone through a serious traumatic event.
Right.
What's not typical was the behavior of the father, of Jermaine. So the only other question is Jermaine or JJ. Well, remember, don't ever forget this, the father's the one who admitted he shot that man. And that's why Ms. Reader spent so much time with that crime scene investigator to talk about the angles and everything like that. To show you, ladies and gentlemen, that that shooting came from off the bed. And we know JJ was shot on the bed. And then also ask yourself this, 2 people, right? Those 2, JJ shot himself in the head? That doesn't make sense. But again, no
They never
evidence
said
of
that.
firing.
The defense never said that,
those
sir.
Shooting shows that the shooting came from off the bed. This was not JJ. JJ had nothing to do with these shots. JJ was innocently laying there with his sister, and that man walked in and brutally shot them both. That's what happened. It's so simple. It's right there in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. And you can pick apart a medical examiner's report of up or down.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. Improper argument, denigrating the defense.
Sustained.
We can look at little things like that, but when we don't
Finally,
don't miss the biggest stuff in this case.
Finally, you
Strongest,
freaking
most compelling, biggest piece of evidence.
object to that
And that
damn
is
argument.
The statement from Jermaine Bass on that night, and the statement from Shirley Bass on that night. Look at that physical
Aren't
evidence.
you
and
about
know
done, sir?
These shots came from off that bed.
You're
That
pissing me
excludes
off.
JJ. No DNA of Shirley. That excludes Shirley. That leaves that man right there. And guess what? That man admitted he did it. Very simple. This is not a complex case. There is no doubt whatsoever.
There is
that on
doubt.
that night, on August 29th, 2022, Jermaine Bass, who told you he did, told those deputies that he did, that Jermaine Bass shot and killed his own daughter, Jayla Bass, and tried to shoot and kill his son. That, ladies and gentlemen, is murder in the first degree, premeditated. Because look at the placement of those shots. This reader showed you that. There is a picture of Jayla Bass.
Come on,
You
you're
can see
putting
those
me to
3
sleep,
shots, well
dude.
placed, all within a very close range. Does anyone think an 8-year-old boy could do that? Really? Sure, an 8-year-old boy can fire.
It wasn't close range. There was no stippling. Now, see, now you're even confusing yourself. Now you're saying close range. It was more than 3 feet away, sir. There was no stippling. That's not close range. That's not close range.
A gun, but with that kind of precision and accuracy?
You don't know what kids play shooting games all the time. You don't know how well their accuracy is, buddy.
That takes someone who knows how to fire a gun. You know, we did introduce a lot of evidence of a lot of other bullets. That's to show that.
Do we know if the kid ever shot a gun or if his dad ever took him to a gun range? Do we even know that? We don't know that.
Mr. Bass knows guns. Yes, there's clips, holsters, there's all sorts of stuff. There's that one thing that has all the bullets in it. We presented that evidence to you, ladies and gentlemen, to prove to you and show you this was not an accident. This man knows guns. He knows how to fire guns. He knows how to aim that gun. And he
Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence, sir, that he knows how to shoot a gun? That he knows how to aim with precision? Where's the evidence? How do we not know that the mom doesn't know how to shoot with the aim and precision? How do we know that the kid didn't go to the gun range and knows how to aim with precision, or plays a shooting game and knows how to aim with precision? How do we know? We don't know. Reasonable doubt, sir.
put those 3 bullets into the head of his daughter, and he put that 1 bullet into his son, who still has to deal with that 1 bullet. That's first-degree murder. That's attempted first-degree murder, and that is aggravated child abuse. Both counts.
Right.
It's not only premeditated murder.
And
it's
we've been
felony
here
murder.
all
He's taking
day. I
aggravated
want to
child
go
abuse over
home,
those children,
buddy.
And that makes it felony murder. And I'm convinced, ladies and gentlemen, that when you go back there, use your common sense. Think about what is the evidence to best rely on.
Yeah, common sense tells me there's
The state
reasonable
has
doubt.
no doubt that you will return a verdict for guilty as charged on all.
I don't know how the fuck they came to this conclusion. But anyways, we're gonna watch that here in a sec.
All right, so it is almost 6 o'clock. My intention, unless you would like to vote to overrule me, is to go ahead and release you for the night, to come back tomorrow and begin your deliberations fresh tomorrow. If you would like to overrule me, I see a bunch of you nodding already, and would like to start deliberations tonight, I will certainly stay here and allow you to do that. But I see by the number of you packing away your materials that no one wants that option. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So a couple of additional admonitions other than the usual: no discussion about the case, no watching the news or local media or reading anything related to the news. But most importantly is my admonition about not coming to any definite, fixed, or final opinions on what you've heard. So a natural reaction is, oh, I've heard everything. I've heard the evidence. I've heard the final arguments to the lawyers. I've heard most of the law. There's a little bit left to read. But the reality is you have not engaged in the most important part of your deliberation process, and that's discussing the evidence with everyone else. So sometimes when I discharge people at the end of the day, they go home and come to such a resolute idea about how they're going to vote that it makes it hard for them to interchange information with everyone the next day. So I'm going to ask you to please try.
You dumb.
Try to do everything but that. Come to some final fixed opinions on what you've heard, that you're not able to intelligently discuss it with everyone tomorrow. Does everyone understand where I'm coming from? So just keep your final.
In other words, if you're about ready to throw some blows, then that's not intelligently deliberating.
Thoughts to yourself, allow for a thorough and usual debate on the evidence and deliberation tomorrow. So don't come to any such fixed opinions that you prevent yourself from doing that tomorrow, in other words. Any logistical questions before I let you go about any of those admonitions? All right. So same time, meet the bailiffs, 8:45. So I'll get you back in here. We'll finish up just some very brief instructions that I have left to give you, and then you'll retire to begin your deliberations. So have a great night and a safe way home, and thank you for your patience. I know it's been a long day for you with a lot of information. So thank you very much for that.
All right.
Are we done? Are we done? Are you gonna say anything else? That poor dude. I don't know. Ugh. I couldn't be in that boat. And of course, they're not going to play.
Well, we're all
Oh,
still
there we
here and
go.
on the record. Talk to
Mr. Romeo.
Mr. Romeo. Mr. Romeo in our front row. Will you come forward for just a minute for me? Come on up. Yeah.
Step up.
Yeah, right there's fine. If you would tell me your full name.
Richard Romeo.
Okay, and you are related in some fashion to Shirley Bass, the mother of the victim children in this case. Is that correct?
That's my daughter.
How is that relation?
Very good.
No. I meant, how are you related specifically? Are you her father,
Yeah, I'm
father-in-law?
dad. No, I'm a dad. I thought I said yes.
You're her dad.
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to make sure, because you're not a witness in this case, obviously,
No.
but the rule of sequestration has been invoked, which means the witnesses cannot talk to each other about the testimony that happens here in the courtroom. by virtue of your occupation with a local news channel, you've been recording the proceedings and participating in the news reporting in some form or fashion with your company. My inquiry to you is, have you used any of that material that you all have recorded, or have you engaged in any discussions with any witnesses or the parties in this case about what's happening in the courtroom?
No, Your Honor, I have not.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions?
Is any contact with jurors?
Oh, any contact with the jurors at all?
No, I don't know. No.
I know, but do you have come
No.
in contact with them, or
No, Your
obviously showed them anything about the case or
No.
any discussions with them?
No.
Wow, that's a fucking mind bender. So her dad is in the news media? Now that's crazy. Why didn't they send somebody else? That's crazy. Wow.
I have no other questions.
All right, I just wanted to put that on the record because it's kind of unusual that halfway through the proceedings we became known of. You obviously knew that, but we had no way to know that. So I just want to make sure that the record's clear that nothing inappropriate has happened by virtue of your relationship and your job.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Wow, that is fucking crazy. Okay, now let's go to wow. Since when do freaking wow? Okay, let's go here. That is wild to me. Do they not have it up? I guess they don't have it up. Let me do law and crime then. Shoot. I would keep that up, you jerk faces. I don't know if it's on this one or if it's on the trials one. Let's see. Live. Hello. Live. Thank you. Let's see here. This one. This one. Let's see. Probably right. No sound? No sound yet. Okay, there she comes. No, let me.
We just have one issue to discuss.
Yeah, that is
So Mr.
crazy.
Jerry and I both noticed yesterday during closing.
Like, since when does the mother's the mother of the children's dad works for the news company? and man, I wouldn't trust his word. He probably telling his daughter everything. But anyways,
argument that Mr. Flowers, who is on the panel, not an alternate, he is the gentleman who is in the back row to the right against the wall. Mr. Terry and I both clearly noticed his eyes were closed the entire time. We both kept an eye on him during all the closings. There was at one point he was kind of sitting forward and just had his eyes closed. And then there was at some point he went back and continued to just have his eyes completely closed for all the closings. I discussed it with Mr. Terry. We have discussed it with Mr. Bass and Ms. Bradley. And I believe we're all in agreement that we would strike and all agreed to strike him for cause because of what we saw. And we are willing to accept the first alternate if that is okay with the court. And I have discussed that as well with Mr. Bass pros and cons of each of them such, and that is his desire to ask the court to do that as well.
All right. Is that right, Mr. Bass? All right. And Mr. Terry?
Yes, Judge, I'm always hesitant to switch out a juror, but I can't argue with Mr. Lumber because he did appear to be almost sleepy, but I don't know if he was sleeping. It's hard to say if some people are concentrating with their eyes closed, but since I don't know, I can't really say, so I'm not going to object to this.
All right. Then alternate one would be Richmond. So Richmond goes on.
I don't like that this one is lower than court TV. I don't like that. I wonder if the dude works for for court TV or law and crime. Oh my gosh, that's funny. That is funny. I ain't never seen that before in my life. That's a first. That is definitely a first. That her father works for the news company. Wow. Wow. I hope you're not talking to any jury members or da-da-da-da-da and all that good stuff. Like, yeah, that's a concern. That's a concern, buddy. Wow. Hey, why aren't we not getting this show on the road? Come on, lady. And here come the jury. Okay, let's go.
All right, be seated. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. How are you? Good. Everyone had a restful night, I hope. Have any of you seen or heard or learned anything about this case or the people and places involved in this case? No's from everyone. Terrific. So a few final instructions to give you, and if you want to read along with me, I am on page 18 of 22, where it says 3.13, submitting the case to the jury. Page 18. All right, in just a few minutes, the bailiff will take you into the jury room, and the first thing you should do there is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's responsibility to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring that verdict form back here into the courtroom. You will discuss this case with your fellow jurors to reach an agreement. Again, your verdict must be unanimous. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but you should do so only after you've considered all the evidence, discussed it fully with the other jurors, and listened to the views of your fellow jurors. Do not hesitate to change your opinion if the discussion persuades you to do so. However, you should not surrender your considered opinion in order to be congenial or to reach a verdict solely because of the opinions of other jurors. Do not change your honest belief about the weight and effect of the evidence simply to reach a verdict. During deliberations, you must communicate about this case only with one another, only when all of you are present together in the jury room. If, for example, a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until that juror returns. You're not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you've reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case with others in person or through any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during your deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of this case, and if you become aware of a violation of these instructions or any other instructions I've given you, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Many of you have cell phones, tablets, laptops, smartwatches, other electronic devices here in the courtroom. Our rules do not allow you to take those into the jury room, so leave them with the bailiffs and they'll be secured and guarded while you deliberate. If you do need to make a quick text or call to someone to let them know you will be incommunicado for a while because you're about to begin deliberations, you're welcome to do that before you start. The bailiff will also explain how to advise us when you've reached a verdict or how to communicate with us if you have a question. If you do need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff signed by the foreperson. If you've already voted on one or more of the verdicts, do not disclose your actual vote in a note to us. If you do have a question, though, I must discuss it with all court personnel to determine first whether legally and procedurally we can even answer it. And second, if it is a question we can answer, how we will do so. So there will obviously be a delay in any response to you. You may continue your deliberations if you're able to do so while you wait for my answer. I will answer questions either in writing back to you or orally here in the courtroom. Generally, though, please understand we cannot answer questions dealing with the testimony of the witnesses you've heard during the trial. You must rely on your own recollection of the answers the witnesses gave to the questions that were asked of them. We cannot give you an answer to any question that was not asked, nor can we explain an answer that was given by a witness. During the trial, certain items may have been received into evidence as exhibits. All of those exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. You're free to examine them in the jury room. However, you may see and consider only items or documents that were actually received in evidence. You may not see documents such as police reports or depositions that might have been discussed during the trial, but were not placed in evidence. As to the instructions on the law, you obviously have available to you this exact set of written instructions I've just read to you. There are no time limitations for jury deliberations. This is completely up to the jury. You may continue to deliberate as long as you wish. If you choose to deliberate past the lunch or dinner hour and would like us to order lunch or dinner for you, please let us know. Additionally, if at any time you would like to suspend deliberations and return tomorrow to continue, please let us know that as well. In closing, let me remind you it's important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them.
Yeah, I don't like them. Throw them all out.
The Constitution and the law, no juror has the right to violate rules we have agreed to share. So I have that are going back with you as well. The court's jury instructions, these are in yellow, just so you have a formal copy to look at. I have made a couple of changes that you may have heard me mention during the course of reading the instructions when I noticed an error. Just to do that out here in public, on page 2 of 22, where it says Introduction to Homicide 7.1, that last paragraph, if you find Jayla Bass was killed by Jermaine Bass, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing and deciding if the killing was first-degree murder or any lesser included offense. That should read. And so I've corrected it, and it's in bold on page 2 of 22. Additionally, on page 4 of 22, under felony murder in the first degree, item number 2, element number 2.
What are you doing?
Read, while engaged in the commission of an aggravated child abuse on either Jayla Bass or Jermaine Bass in counts 2 and 3, or any lesser charge on those counts, that should be there. That's stricken through. So I've stricken through that on my copy, so you can see it on this copy. And additionally, I told you on the verdict form, now I can't really remember what it was, but I didn't have that final question, yes or no, under it. I just made the final correction. So each selection has an appropriate yes or no. I would just remind you too, as we've discussed during the trial, there is sometimes confusion in the record. Jermaine Bass is the name of the defendant, obviously. His name throughout these instructions is referred to as Jermaine Lavonda Bass. That's his full name. Jermaine Bass, the victim, is also known by JJ, that we discussed during the trial. So when he's referred to, it either says Jermaine Bass without the Lavonda or Jermaine JJ Bass. So I just wanted to make you aware. It's mostly clear throughout this, but just remember when you're talking about Jermaine Bass, the victim, that obviously is the child in the case. Does that make sense to everyone? All right. The verdict form is also in yellow to distinguish it from your copy. You will also have a list that the clerk has prepared of all the evidence items that are listed by number and then what they are, so you don't have to unfold every envelope if you don't have to do it. So it has the number of the exhibit and then what it is, so you can refer to it easily. You do have electronics back there if you wanted to look at or hear or see any of the video evidence that was introduced. So that's in the jury room as well. So with that, with the exception of Christopher Flowers and David Hutchinson, Mr. Flowers and Mr. Hutchinson are our alternate jurors. In Florida, 12 jurors are required, no less.
Damn, you just doxed the jury.
To sit on a case and deliberate on a first-degree murder. We are required by law to have alternates because if some emergency had happened during the course of this trial, we would have to start all over again if one juror became sick or incapacitated or something, and we didn't have alternates. So you are the alternates in the case, so stay with me 1 minute. I just wanted everyone else to know why you weren't going back there to begin deliberations, but the rest of you are excused to begin deliberations at this time.
All rise.
Bye-bye.
have a seat. I just want to spend one moment telling you that I hear from other jurors, alternates sometimes, that they sat through and sacrificed so much to be told at the end they're an alternate and get to deliberate. I truly hope that you don't think that your time has been wasted because you were the alternates in the case. I can assure you it was not.
Why did you mute? Okay. Now we're going to deliberation. I mean, to verdict. Going straight to verdict. Here we go. He's in the courtroom. Oh, this is gotta be hard, dude. Takes about 20 minutes. 20 minutes for them to do the scheduling and read the verdict and all that great stuff. They gotta know it's guilty the way that cop's like right up on him. Right up on him. You got this, dude. You're going to jail forever. Damn, that fucking thing's back all of a sudden. That dude behind him stressed the fuck out. I think this dude's feeling it more than he is. I wonder who he is. I mean, he going through it. You can tell he's stressed. The jury has reached a verdict. Here we go.
All right, be seated. My understanding is you all have reached a verdict. Is that right?
Yes.
If you would hand the verdict form to the bailiff for me.
All eyes on you, buddy.
All right, the verdict form is in order. If you would publish the verdict and pull the jury, please.
Yes, ma'am. State of Florida versus Jermaine Bass. Case number 22 CF 011717A, Trial Division 3, verdict form. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1, murder in the first degree. The defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree, Jayla Bass, as charged. And during the commission of the offense, Did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten, or attempt to use any weapon or firearm? Yes. Did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. Did the defendant discharge the firearm? Yes. Did the discharge cause death of the victim? Yes. 12 of the 12 of us find the killing was premeditated murder. 12 of the 12 of us find the killing was premeditated murder and felony murder. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2, aggravated child abuse. The defendant is guilty of aggravated child abuse as charged. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 3, aggravated child abuse. Jermaine J.J. Bass, the defendant is guilty of aggravated child abuse as charged. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 4, attempted murder in the first degree. Jermaine J.J. Bass, the defendant is guilty of attempted murder in the first degree. Jermaine J.J. Bass as charged. And during the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten, or attempt to use any weapon or firearm? Yes. Did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. Did the defendant discharge the firearm? Yes. Did the discharge cause great bodily harm to the victim? Yes. So say we all, dated this 27th day of February, 2025, juror number 1, foreperson of the jury. Juror number 1, are these your true and correct verdicts? Yeah. Juror number 2, are these your true and correct verdicts? Yeah. Juror number 3, are these your true and correct verdicts? Juror number 4, are these your true and correct verdicts? Yeah. Juror number 5, are these your true and correct verdicts? Yeah. Juror number 6, are these your true and correct verdicts? Yeah. Juror number 8, are these your true and correct verdicts? Yeah. Juror number 9, are these your true and correct verdicts? Yeah. Juror number 10, are these your true and correct verdicts? Yeah. Juror number 12, are these your true and correct verdicts? Yeah. Juror number 14, are these your true and correct verdicts? Yes. Thank you. I can't see.
You missed one.
I was 12.
You missed 11.
11, excuse me. Juror number 11, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes, they are.
Thank you.
And juror number 12, are these your true and correct verdicts? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know that you have spent a considerable amount of time and effort today deliberating on this case, and I cannot thank you enough for that, as well as your patience and with us and hard work all week. As you've now seen, it is why
Oh, well, happy birthday to your daughter.
Summons to handle the cases and the disputes that the parties cannot resolve among themselves. So you are essential and a true backbone to our system of justice, and I cannot tell
That's
you
got
how
to
much
be
you
the
are
mom right
appreciated
there.
by me personally, as well as all of the judges here in Tampa, Hillsborough County. That much being said, all of my constant admonitions about not talking about the case are obviously lifted. You can do as much speaking about the case as you would like to, or discussion or investigation or whatever you'd like to know in addition to what you've heard during the course of this trial. I do hope if you share your trial experience with others, it does have a somewhat positive spin, so that when they get a jury service summons, they too will come down to the courthouse, as you all have this week, to serve the citizens of Hillsborough as you all have. I spent a considerable amount of time as a trial lawyer before I became a judge. I loved to talk to jurors after cases to see how the presentation went and what questions jurors had or didn't have, or just talk about deliberations in general. That option is open to you. Of course, you're not required to do that, but if you wanted to talk to any of the lawyers, or if you have any feedback for me, let the bailiffs know, and they'll tell you not only you have my contact information, you're welcome to get back in contact with me.
Well, this is her last trial.
The lawyers about their cases, you're welcome to do that as well. But officially, your jury service is concluded with the thanks of both parties and with the thanks of all of my colleagues, the judges here in Tampa, Florida. So thank you very much for your service. Maybe we will see you down here next time you get a jury service summons, but thank you for all of your efforts this week. Have a great rest of your week and weekend.
All rise.
That's it. That's all. Now they're going to talk about sentencing.
All right, have a seat. Any reason not to proceed with sentencing at this time?
Well, Judge, yes, we'll be filing motions, and also there would need to be a score sheet for the other counts, so I would request sentencing be set off.
All right.
And I also need to discuss that very briefly as well with Mr. Bass about a PSI.
All right, sure.
That's fine, Judge. I had not prepared a score sheet. Obviously, I didn't know what for it would be or what it could be less or so. I just didn't have to prepare it. And I know, Judge, in speaking with the family, I believe at least one of them would like to say something, so I know if we can just look at another date.
All right.
Come on, let's get to it.
Of caution in case this affects either side's sentencing requests. This will be my last jury trial. I am retiring effective in a couple of weeks for another opportunity that I have to go into private practice that I'm going to take up. So I won't be the sentencing judge if you want to defer it. But I know that any replacement would be reading the trial transcript as well as familiarizing himself with the testimony that's being conducted. So if that weighs into your decision making about whether or not you want to proceed today, just take that into consideration and telling me what your preference is.
Can we do it before you leave, Judge? Or before your last day on the bench?
We do, yes, and we're waiting, yes, my judge, I have discussed that with Mr. Bass.
All right.
I could have a score sheet ready by next week for sure, even potentially tomorrow. If need be.
I'm not-
Oh, you don't need tomorrow. Okay.
You're what? Can't do it tomorrow?
But I could definitely by next week, I can have if you have a date next week, I can go ahead and have a score sheet ready. And we can proceed to sentencing.
Can you do it on Monday?
I do have open time next week, but I would need time to do motions. Wednesday, what do you have on, maybe Wednesday?
Well, if we had proceeded to sentencing anyway, you can always file the motions after that.
That's true. Yes, Judge. Monday's fine with the state.
The only problem is I think we definitely want you to be able to hear both, just because you've heard the trial. And any post-trial motions that we file are gonna be more complicated if someone's then gonna have to get the trial transcript and review it. You know what I mean?
Do you have time?
Right, zombie. Like, we don't care, lady. Yeah, well, they do, because they want to keep that same judge. They don't want a different one.
Morning in here with you, or Friday.
Approach the bench for a minute.
Maybe it's because I got her sped up, but she acts like a freaking crack addict. Anyways, she's probably got ADHD. That poor dude in the background is freaking crying. You could tell. I mean, it's just coming down his face. Poor guy. I don't know if he's a friend or what, but that's just sad. Whole bunch of people messed up over them babies. You know, they say that people want to talk during for his sentencing. I'm wondering if the son is going to make a statement. I'm just curious about that. Like, is the son going to make a statement? That's just rough and tough. Rough and tough. Is the mom going to make a statement? Right. Me too. Me too. I just think they got this wrong. I just have doubt.
Court adjourned. Go to courtroom, please.
Maybe I'm not right in the head. I don't know. talking to his friends or family or whatever. That's got to be his mom or sister. I don't know who she is, but that's got to be mom or sister. And she is not happy, boy. See, he waits until the jury leaves to show his emotion. He did that a few times in this trial. His lawyers just left him and shoot. Okay. That's the end of it. So Monday they are going to be back for sentencing. Which is okay, I guess. Monday at 9. I appreciate you for hanging out with me. This zombie bites everything. I'd like to bite a few brains. No, just kidding. Because, yeah. It's it just, yeah, I know, but I just don't know how all of them, I don't know how they can, but whatever. Hey, whatever. I don't know if they were done deliberating and all of them said F it. I'd like to hear from a juror just because my mindset is not guilt, because reasonable doubt. The reasonable doubt is there. I don't know who shot that gun, you know. Just because it may look like he has shot it once, don't mean he shot all 5 shots. You know what I mean? So I do have some reasonable doubts, and I do know from personal experience that we tried to protect our loved ones. Like, you don't know what somebody will do for their loved ones. I mean, but when it comes down to a life sentence, and you don't get parole in the state of Florida, they give you life. You're in there for life, baby. Till you come out in a box. That's the only time you get out. So I really could be. I don't know. My mind is going everywhere. And thank goodness I wasn't on this jury, because I don't think I could have ever been persuaded. I don't know. Somebody would really have to persuade me, because I listened to all the testimony. I listened to all the facts in the case. Yeah. I would have too. There are a few questions I would have asked differently. That is right. That definitely is right. Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Like, I have more questions than answers, and to me, that's doubt. Right there, there's doubt. She didn't ask the questions I wanted her to ask, and that's okay, because she's the attorney. I'm not. I'm just a nobody. But yeah. Yeah, sucks to be him. I mean, if he didn't do it, well, I mean, all except for the son. If he didn't do it, I feel bad for him. I do. He lost a child, because if he did do it in a fit of rage and almost lost the other, and now you no longer have freedom because of it. I mean, I don't know. I have so many questions, but I appreciate you rocking out in the chat with me, making me laugh a few times, because this stuff can get heavy. I love trial watcher. That's just what I do. I really enjoy it. I wanted to be a lawyer, but yeah, I We would have been there for 20 years if I was a lawyer, because all these questions come to mind and they weren't asked, or I didn't get any answers. Like, by the second day, I should have started having answers to my questions, you know, and I hadn't even heard this case or anything. So I was going purely off of what I was seeing in trial. And my mind kept on going to, like, how do we know it was in the kid's bedroom? How do we not know the son got a hold of the gun? How do we not know this? How do we not know that? There's so many questions that weren't answered to me. But I appreciate everybody. I'm going to find a new trial. On Monday, I will be doing sentencing, though. I don't know if I'm going to do it right at 9. But, and I got other trials. But yes, I appreciate every one of you that supports me and rocks out in the chat. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. And if the people that you love and care about in your life, let them know that you love and care about them, because you don't know what could happen. Tomorrow is never promised. All right. With that, be safe, stay blessed, and I'll see you next time. Have a good night or morning, wherever you are.
Turn me up, AV.
Put your eyes on me, yeah, like the spotlight. Recognize been showing love, then got my grind right. Ain't never since day one the love been on side. And since you got my back, I got your back for life. Yeah, pretty honesty. Know just what it is, I got it on me. And you hold me down, you like my homie. Just know I got you down, just what it gon' be. Definition of bestie, definition of friendship, definition of rider, definition relentless. She's a strong woman, she's a sweet lady, she's a great mother, let your pain get achy. Yeah, I made that girl on YouTube, she never dims my light or put me in her dark mood. And I thank you, you appreciate it. You're my favorite girl on YouTube, and I can't fake it. You still got faith in me, make me feel like big. DJ Khaled voice, pretty hot. Who still got faith in me, make me feel like big. DJ Khaled voice, pretty hot. Yeah. Met a little shawty on this show called BDP, you know what I'm talking about? Shit. We been cool ever since, my nigga, you know what I'm talking about? Put your eyes on me, yeah, like the spotlight. Recognize me showing love, then got my grind right. Ain't never since day one the love been on side. And since you got my back, I got your back for life. Yeah, pretty honesty. Know just what it is, I got it on